in challenging situations caused by pandemic as a whole. The stated object of this workshop is to analyze different facets of law from perspective and focus on human rights in the present situation. There will be 4 technical sessions, as I understand, on 10th and 11th July 2020. Various distinguished persons are participating in this workshop. The topics chosen are very relevant and useful. Inter alia, they include human rights of labor during pandemic, protection of human rights of professionals during pandemic, human rights to health during pandemic, and human rights and state rights during the lockdown period experience. I'm happy to learn from Ms. Satish Gowda's speech that there has been a tremendous response and larger number of participants are participating, and that serves the real purpose of this workshop. All concerned, all concerted, cooperative and coordinated efforts are to be made by all the concerned, including elected representatives, administrators, municipal bodies, and others, to prevent and protect people from this pandemic. Wearing masks, washing hands, and maintaining social distance should be a mantra. That should be the way of life during this period of pandemic. Let us not live in fear or with fear, which has adverse impact physically, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. Fear weakens, courage strengthens us. Let us fight boldly to defeat this virus. Looking to the history, whenever human beings were pushed to such grave situations like the present one, the people have stood unitedly and fought against such pandemics and succeeded finally. There were worst epidemics in the world even from the period BC. Few of them in the last 2 centuries were flu pandemic in 1889 and 90, American polio epidemic in 1916, Spanish flu in 1918-20, AIDS pandemic and epidemic in 1981, West Africa Ebola epidemic, etc., all over the world. In India, in 1918 flu pandemic in India, 1994 plague in India, 2009 swine flu pandemic in India, 1899 to 1923 cholera pandemic. I may add that with the determination to fight against the pandemic COVID-19, making conscious efforts to prevent its attack and protect infected appropriately, we will win the war against coronavirus finally. Human rights demand treating others as we expect others to treat us in all situations, particularly in the present one. Their natural rights come by birth as human beings. No effort needs to be made to acquire them. It is interesting to note that the international human rights movement was born in and out of the Second World War. It is ironic that Adolf Hitler, who was responsible for the terror and violence, gave rise to the awakening of the conscience of mankind. Opposing reputation of such barbaric and inhuman crimes. Probably this pandemic also gives rise to a number of new dimensions in the life, focusing on the human rights. Human rights by their very nature constitute the minimum that is necessary for an individual to live in civil and political society as a free individual with dignity and respect. When it comes to dignity and respect, the Supreme Court of India has been from time and again has expanded and given meaning to Article 21, raising the status of several rights to fundamental rights. I only want to add here, all the more it is necessary now to expand the dimensions further to make the lives of the people who should live with dignity. Respect for protection and promotion of human rights need more emphasis and focus during this unprecedented situation has led to seriously affecting human rights of people in general and of vulnerable in particular, resulting in serious consequences as to lives and livelihood. People have lost jobs, are migrating from place to place, suffering from want of food and shelter. The present situation is demanding a new approach in all walks of life, looking for the solutions at various levels in all fields, be it health, education, security, shelter, wellness, and judiciary. In this process, a new jurisprudence is also being developed in the field of law. In addition to the constitutional and statutory provisions, the human rights are to be given special place and emphasis in these critical times. Due to the tremendous progress made in transport and communications and science and technology, the world has become a global village. No country can afford to and remain isolated. COVID-19 is one grave example. It cannot be said that it is a concern of one country or the other because today whole world, as already said, has become a global village. In other words, the entire humanity gets affected as it has happened now in this pandemic. It may be stated here that the technology has placed many advantages in the hands of human beings. We should take the assistance of technology for efficiency and benevolent use wherever needed, but we should never become the slaves of technology. In the present context, compassion and human touch have great impact in rendering services by the frontline warriors coupled with technology and modern medicine. It is necessary to create awareness among the people touching and bearing on all aspects about this pandemic. There is a need to sensitize functionaries in the field, and they have to be sensitive to issues and challenges on the ground in practical terms. This pandemic has posed new and serious challenges which demand further efforts in scientific inventions to serve the mankind and find solutions urgently. It is a common experience that challenges give opportunities and courage to face them and also to find solutions in all the fields. The following are the few recent examples of protecting human rights proactively, respecting the human rights during this pandemic. In India, the Supreme Court ordered the release of persons lodged for over 2 years in Assam foreigners detention centers. The Supreme Court on 23rd March ordered all states to consider releasing some inmates on parole to reduce overcrowding. As a result, Maharashtra and UP have announced the release of 11,000 prisoners each. West Bengal and Delhi have announced release of 3,000 prisoners. Punjab is set to release over 6,000 prisoners. In March, the Iranian judiciary temporarily released 85,000 prisoners for the Persian New Year, a substantially greater number than normal for the holiday, because of the health concerns surrounding the coronavirus outbreak. In the country in Ohio, the courts expedited people in jail, releasing some, transferring others to prison. On March 12, Bahrain's King Hamid bin Ali pardoned 901 detainees for humanitarian reasons in the backdrop of current circumstances, likely in reference to the coronavirus outbreak. The Ministry of Interior announced that another 585 detainees would be released and granted non-custodial sentences. Italian authorities have authorized for the first time the use of email and Skype for contact between the prisoners and their families and for educational purpose, and announced a plan to release and place under the house arrest prisoners with less than 18 months in their sentence. Paid news for working parents. Japan responded to the potential for a disproportionate impact on families with young children by offering to offset costs to business for workers taking paid leave to care for children during the school closure, though the amount offered was low. Italy was considering measures to mitigate the effects on the lockdown on families with children. This could include emergency paid paternal leave or vouchers for family with children up to 12 years old and children with disabilities without any age limit. Right to shelter, invoking the Delhi epidemic diseases COVID-19 regulations, the Delhi government directed the district magistrates, zonal deputy commissioners of municipal corporations, and the deputy commissioner of police to take strict penal action against landlords who have been forcing doctors and paramedical staff engaged in fighting COVID-19 to vacate their rented premises. Right to health, the Supreme Court allowed private labs to conduct free COVID-19 testing for persons under Ayushman Bharat scheme and economically weaker section categories and charge others. The Supreme Court issued directions for ensuring PPEs and police protection to health workers treating COVID-19. The Kerala government order dated 25th March sets out a range of guidelines on food support, empowering local self-governments, provision of uninterrupted essential medical services to persons suffering from the cancer, diabetics, and heart diseases, specific support for transgender person, etc. Chhattisgarh has an order that, that earmarks 2 distilleries for production of alcohol for the preparation of sanitizers. Delhi notified a hunger helpline for hunger cell. Rajasthan has an advisory against black marketing of pulses in times of short supply. Right to decent burial. The Madras High Court registered a suo motu PIL after a mob obstructed the burial of a doctor who died from COVID-19 and observed Article 21 includes right to decent burial. Right to of migrant workers. The Home Secretary gave following directions in the order. One, state and union territories shall ensure adequate arrangements of temporary shelters and provision for food, etc., for poor and needy people, including the migrant laborers, stranded due to lockdown measures in their respective areas. The migrant people who have moved out of reach, their homes, states, hometowns must be kept in the nearest shelter by respective state and union territories. All the employees, be it the industry or in the shops and commercial establishment, shall make payment of wages of their workers at their workplaces on the due date without any deduction for the period their establishments were under the closure. Where whenever the workers, including the migrants, are living in rented accommodation, the landlords of those properties shall not demand payment of rent for a period of 1 month. If any landlord is forcing laborers and students to vacate their premises, they will be liable for action. In Jharkhand, Jharkhand notified officers responsible for well-being of Jharkhand workers standard outside. Odisha has a specific order on income support for 65,000 street vendors. I have given all these statistics and figures and information because how we can add further anything and suggest as to how the human rights of the people can be respected, and from the human rights angle, what more measures are to be taken. The situation demands of some innovation, and people have to think and see how best we can minimize the sufferings of the people at all levels. I'm happy this workshop where very distinct participants are there participating, resource persons are there. Let them put their minds together, discuss, and have a concrete suggestions. It's good to discuss the subjects, but at the end of the day, I am of the firm view that what result we have produced and for what good. Let there be crystallization of recommendations which should be kept in view the practical terms on the ground. There have been human rights violations all the time. From the beginning, maybe there was variance in the manner, degree, and their number. Human rights violations by human agencies are dealt with within the framework of law and conventions. If the violations of human rights are there by human agencies, we have framework of law and can be dealt with. The new aspect is there are self-violation of human rights by individuals. Not wearing mask, not washing hands, and not maintaining social distance, etc., by an individual is an example of self-violation of human rights by himself, consequently affecting and violating the human rights of others in the society by spreading the disease by one's own negligence. Creating awareness among the people about the pandemics, as to what they should or should not do, what precautions they should take with a sense of responsibility to oneself and others. Sensitizing the field functionaries is necessary while appreciating the work of frontline warriors. Their sensitivity level for victims has to be intensified. All concerned need to realize and involve themselves determinedly and intensely to fight against this pandemic. It is imperative and urgent that the governments, administrators, elected representatives, and field functionaries such as doctors, nurses, police personnel, ASHA workers, etc., should act on war footing. Vigilant civil society, dedicated NGOs, honest and committed law enforcing agencies, proactive judiciary, meaningful and purposeful media can together help substantially in fighting against pandemic and also providing remedies to the suffering. Let us all be safe. Let people all over the world be safe. I conclude with a prayer. Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. I thank the organizers for this opportunity to given to me. You all will excuse me to, I'll be taking leave because I have another commitment. By that, I am depriving myself the valuable thoughts that may come from the participants. But inevitably, I have to leave. With your permission, I will leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much, sir, for kindly participating and gracing the occasion and blessing all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice, sir.
Thank you so much.
Can I introduce him?
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice, for your words of wisdom. Next, I have the proud privilege of introducing Professor Dr. V.B. Coutinho, sir, the current Vice Chancellor of Garden City University, Bangalore. V.B. Coutinho, sir, has been one of India's most reputed teachers of law for the last 45 years. He was the Dean Faculty of Law, Bangalore University, Principal of the University Law College, Registrar and Registrar of Evaluation of Bangalore University, and the Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University. He was appointed as the first Director of Legal Studies, Bar Council of India, New Delhi. He is a recipient of several prestigious national and international awards. He was conferred with the ZTV Award for Legal Services in the year 2008, the highest honor bestowed to any law professional in the country. He has been awarded the Karnataka State Rajyotsava Award 2008 for his contribution to legal education. He has been a member of the Karnataka State Knowledge Commission and also a member of the Karnataka State Task Force for Minority Development Program. He was a member of the Karnataka State Higher Education Council and the University Review Commission. He is now the Vice Chancellor of Garden City University. He has also authored several books and papers. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the pride of University Law College, Professor Dr. V.B. Coutinho, sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. I am really very happy to participate in this workshop since it is the first workshop being conducted online by my dear University Law College Bangalore University. Vice Chancellor, Dr. Venugopal KR, President of today's function. Honorable Justice, Dr. Shivraj Patil, Dr. R. Venkata Rao, Professor Ishwar Bhatt, the organizers, Dr. Suresh Nadgowder, Dr. N. Dasharath, Dr. V. Sudesh, Dr. Satish Gowda, and I have noted the presence of Gautam Chand, member of the Karnataka State Bar Council, many other principals and professors, participants, and dear friends. Today we are discussing the challenge of pandemic. We are in a state of fear. We don't know what tomorrow holds for us. But then, as we as we face these challenges, which are a test for our society, for the government, for the communities, and equally for individuals, we have to take care to see that the basic rights of individuals are not tampered upon. No doubt it's a difficult challenge. Maintaining a balance between the pandemic on one hand and preservation and enforcement of rights on the other. Sometimes it may look like a contradiction, but then we have to find a via medium. As we save lives, we have to protect rights too. And on this occasion, I would like to quote what UN Secretary General said very recently. The pandemic threatens not only development, it also creates instability, unrest, and conflict, which gets multiplied manyfold. If basic care is not taken to upgrade health and social systems to ensure greatest possible support to those most impacted by the pandemic. Now, this balance, unless we maintain, we will lose the grip on our civilization. And our civilization demands that as we face the challenges, we should be able to also find solutions to the problems. Human rights are universal. But then recently, the last 3-4 months, we have seen certain gaps in their implementation. In our country and also in many countries abroad, there is an urge for shortcuts. And through these shortcuts, we have been able to do some justice to our people who are suffering, yet we have not been able to give them the best of maintaining higher standards of physical and mental health, which comes within the human right of dignity to life. Dignity to life includes all-round protection of individuals by the state and by fellow citizens. But when we see the way dead bodies are being dumped, that least respect has been paid to those who lived, it gives us great shock. What if we also meet the same fate tomorrow? Is it right that no care must be taken in such respects? I feel state could have done much more to ensure the dignity to be preserved in death as much to preserve it in life. Secondly, labor conditions have worsened. We have seen how the migrant workers who have moved from one state to another, one country to another, have not got their due. This is not the time for us to sit in judgment, but certainly The best efforts could be made by fellow citizens and the world over to ensure that workers who toil all the time, work very hard day in and day out to build the economy of a country should get better treatment. Freedom of the press sometimes is curbed because those in power do not want to realize the reality. They should ensure that maximum freedom of the press and media is maintained so that they know the gaps that exist whilst implementing various programs which are certainly health oriented. We have increase in police atrocities and domestic violence. Figures have come out in the press how during these 3 months, police atrocities on civilians have increased. Domestic violence at home has increased. And certainly, as Justice Shivraj Patil spoke this morning, protection of health workers has not been sufficiently strong, where 70% of women are working to maintain our health, to protect our health and take care of us. Then we call upon the aged to stay at home, that for months together, they can't go for a walk, they can't participate. There is no method by which they can be treated, they can be protected. Now, all these areas are gray areas, and that is why I would like on this occasion to concentrate on only 2 aspects. The first aspect is the problem of migrant labor. I would like to bring to the attention of this audience the example of the country Portugal. Portugal has a vast number of migrants working from many different countries, including India. The problem arose as to whether how these migrants should be treated or expatriates should be treated within their country. The law states that only citizens will get health benefits and not the migrants. So what did the Portuguese government do? They conferred temporary citizenship on migrants for the period of lockdown, for the period of this pandemic, so that they should have livelihood, proper health care, health benefits, just like other citizens. We too can do that. Many other countries also can do that. That is one way of helping enforcing human rights at a very critical level. Then the right to life also includes right to work, livelihood, and liberty. We have not been able to provide right to work, but then existing work at least should be protected. Payment at least should be given to those who are working. Should we just throw them out of the jobs and leave them to die, leave them to just migrate from one place to another? I think this was very inhuman, highly inhuman, going against the established principles of human rights, which are the foundation of any civilized society. The second aspect I would take up is the question of the aged. Today, large number of persons are above 80 years of age. What have we done for these persons? The Vienna Plan of Action of 1982, which laid down conditions of health, nutrition, housing, social welfare, income security, and that trained persons be available to help, and that special laws be created or passed by nation states, as in the case of women and children, have not been implemented. UN General Assembly adopted the Vienna Plan in 1982. And this was further enforced in various other conferences. And when we think of these conferences, should we only discuss and forget? Should we not enforce some of these principles to ensure that the aged, who sometimes have nobody to take care, who require as much care as children, they should be protected by the state. Human rights are enforced by the states, must be enforced by the states. And if states cannot protect them, the very persons who have served the state for many years, if state cannot do anything for them, then they ask, why did we work so hard? Why did we struggle for the nations? Why did we struggle to bring a better world? These are questions, my dear friends, we have to answer in this workshop. Labor laws are being trampled indiscriminately. Amendments have been made to deprive workmen of their regular protection. The employer is free to throw anybody out, taking advantage of this situation. Time has come to tell the concerned, this will not help neither our country nor any country in this world, because unless you protect your labor, there is no future. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much,
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor V.B. Coutinho, sir. Thank you. I am very happy to see you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. P. Ishwara Bhatt, Vice Chancellor of KSLU, has arrived and proceeding with the event. Next, I take this proud privilege to call upon Professor Dr. R. Venkata Rao, sir, former Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India University. And a small brief about sir, if I'm permitted to do so. Professor Dr. R. Venkata Rao, sir, is the chairperson of Vivekananda School of Law and Legal Studies and was the former Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India University, Bangalore. He was awarded Professor N.R. Madhava Menon Best Law Teacher Award for the year 2018. To date, he has 42 years of teaching and research experience. He is a member of the Board of Governors of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, New Delhi. He has served as independent director in prestigious public sector undertakings like Bharat Electronics Limited, Bharat Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Bangalore, Goa Shipyard Limited, Goa. He's also a member of different committees in Bar Council of India and is associated with prestigious bodies like UPSC, State Service Commissions, UGC and NAAC, among others. He's been awarded the Best Vice Chancellor Award for outstanding contribution to education during the World Chancellors, I stand corrected, and Vice Chancellors Congress 2014, held on 27th June 2014 at Mumbai. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the sound is sound and I'm audible.
Indeed, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
It's an exciting morning for me. Now, a place where I had the symbiotic and synergetic learning with the University College of Law, Bangalore, where the umbilical cord of National Law School of India University lies.
Yes.
It was the munificence, the generosity of Bangalore University, which was primarily responsible for the establishment of National Law School of India University. And during my sojourn for about 10 years and 3 months, my relationship with the University College of Law and all the personnel in the University College of Law was symbiotic. And this morning, my grateful thanks to the Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University, Professor Venugopalji, sir, the Principal University College of Law, for having given me an opportunity to be thrown onto the dais in the virtual seminar into the distinguished company of 3 eminent persons. I would say Professor Honorable Justice Dr. Shivraj Patil, who was my role model in National Law School of India University, who shaped me, guided me, nurtured me, and nourished me during my stewardship at National Law School of India University. And I'm grateful to Professor Shivraj Patil, sir. He himself is an embodiment of human rights and personification of human rights. The second one is one and only Professor Coutinho. Very few people know, even much before the idea of National Law School of India University was conceptualized, the 5-year legal education had the baptism. Professor Coutinho, like the lone Casabianca, stood and defied the whole world and went against the odds and said, I'm going to start.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Seems like sir has a small technical issue. He shall be joining us shortly. We appreciate your patience on this regard.
Yeah. So, and let me also share the information with you. Professor Coutinho was my PhD adjudicator. Okay. And the third one is Professor Ishwar Bhatt, whom I had the privilege of supervising when he completed his LLD work, an epoch-making work on rivers. And I noticed the presence of Gautamji, member of the Bar Council of Karnataka, and my good friend Professor Baswaraj, Dr. Sudesh, and others. Therefore, my grateful thanks to all of you. First, as Justice Shivraj Patil said, I'm a connoisseur of Carnatic music, and the wonderful invocation in the Raga Natai by Divyasri has set and tone the proceedings, and then may Goddess Saraswati bless Divyasri. Well, post-COVID situation, the world is a panic-driven one that has left no institution or no appraisal process untouched. But our reaction need not be panic-driven. Our reaction need not be knee-jerk. Winston Churchill long ago said, it is a successful person who will always find an opportunity in a calamity. Only an unsuccessful person sees a calamity in an opportunity. And human beings have the resilience to see the opportunity. Well, the United Nations Secretary General said, post-COVID situation is a human crisis that is fast becoming a human rights crisis situation. And the United Nations has come with 6 solutions to the problem. I will not be dealing with all those things because all the thematic sessions are focusing on them. Human rights of vulnerable groups, human rights in bioethics, human rights during quarantine, human rights of the personnel. Then most important, human right to health and right to protection from counterfeit medicines. Now this is the age of counterfeit medicines where people are being subject to that. Then cyber policing and increased online surveillance. Then people who do not have a glass of water to drink, you expect them to wash their hands frequently. They have no access to water. Then people who live in crowded houses and crowded localities, you expect them to maintain social distancing. But all these points I will not be dealing with. I'll be dealing with the conceptual framework of human rights and explain as to how today's post-COVID situation is a fallout of the pre-COVID apathy and indifference. Remember, for protection of human rights, what is important is, as Justice Krishna long ago said, human rights fail where feeling for life fails. And there cannot be selective application of human rights. Now, there will be violation of human rights with impunity when we feel that some lives are more important and some lives are less important. Let us remember, all human rights are equally important. And the pre-COVID apathy and indifference, especially to vulnerable sections, I keep on saying we must all be grateful to COVID-19 for forcing us to take cognizance of migrant labor. Till COVID-19, migrant labor, which was a very important player in the urban economy, was marginalized, was unsung, unwept. Nobody thought about them. But today we are forced to take cognizance. That is one of the blessings of COVID-19. So that apathy and indifference, absence of human rights culture, and selective application of human rights added to peculiar culture that is sweeping all over the world has been responsible for the post-COVID fallout. We live in times when ascendancy of inward-looking attitudes is to the fore. human beings all over the world have developed what is called an ascendancy of inward-looking attitudes. We live in times when ethno-nationalism and ultra-nationalism, they are sweeping the world. Now, I'm not exaggerating even a wee bit when I say the world is witnessing reassertion of national, subnational, regional, parochial, sub-regional loyalties. The other day, I was surprised to read a news item in the Indian newspaper when people from Mysore were reluctant to accept the labor from Bangalore when they were returning because they were afraid that they would be carriers of COVID. That means borders are not being sealed between the nations. Borders are not being sealed between the states, between districts. Borders are being sealed between two neighboring houses. Now, if that is the culture, and if that's the absence of human rights culture, how do you expect human rights to be promoted? Therefore, in a world which is isolationist but not global, in a world which is seeing a conflict between conservative and liberal attitudes, what is required is spread of human rights culture, then eloquent spokespersons of human rights, then foot soldiers of human rights. In fact, my mind goes back to the formative days of UGC coming out with a specialized education called Human Rights and Duties Education. I was asking the panel members a question: can there be any education which is not focused on human rights? Should there be special human rights education? Because the objective of education is to convert a human being into a being human. And in the post-COVID situation, I've seen three dangerous tendencies, which, if not checked, will loom danger to all of us. They are, number one, digital alienation that is taking place among the youngsters. Now, human beings crave for social proximity and not for social distancing. And human beings would like to remain connected with the world. And this urge to be connected forever is disconnecting them from their inner selves. And you are getting addicted to technological gadgets. There is what is called the digital toxification in the world. The youngsters are getting stuck to that, as a result of which they are feeling alienated. And once they feel alienated, they feel frustrated, they become aggressive, and they are developing suicidal tendencies also, as we have seen that. Therefore, the first thing that we are required to do is to have a look at this digital alienation in the post-COVID world, where people are withdrawing into their shells and getting into these technological gadgets. The second one is right to health. People are focusing on COVID, but in the process, what is happening is we have relegated into the background the baneful impact of other killer diseases. The whole world, including the medical world, is now only concentrating on COVID. And the dangers from the other killer diseases, they are not being discussed. And in India, vulnerable sections are susceptible to all killer diseases as much as COVID. Therefore, let us not miss the wood for the forest. COVID is important, but other diseases are also equally important. The third important one when I find is the plight of the school-going children. The youngsters, when I look at them, I find these school-going children are voiceless and we are heartless when we are dealing with them. In the sense that these school-going children, are they experiencing tenderness and trust in the days of COVID? Can the school-going children cope with anxiety, uncertainty, and change? Now, is our education connected with child's happiness, survival, and sanity? I find some of the schools going for online education, even for tiny tots. Are you going to make them robotic in the process? Removing the final edges of emotional sensibilities? Therefore, this happens because when we deal with problems of children, we commit a fundamental mistake. The mistake is we never talk with the children, but we talk to the children. keeping ourselves in a higher position in a structured manner. And when human relationships are put in a hierarchical position in a structural manner, dehumanism comes to the fore. This is applicable to all human relationships, including man-woman relationships. Therefore, the second aspect that needs to be taken care of is school children and online education. The third aspect is right to health and importance to be given to other killer diseases. The next one is digital alienation. These are the three important dimensions that need to be stressed upon, apart from all other human rights situations during pandemic. In fact, United Nations, by coming with 6 solutions, it has said we have to build a more inclusive and sustainable world, including for future generations. That means it is accepting tacitly that the world is not inclusive, the world is not sustainable for future generations. And when we recover, we must be better than we were before. Therefore, let this workshop take a pledge to do everything to spread human rights culture, reminding ourselves of Mother Teresa's words. How can you love God whom you cannot see when you cannot love human beings whom you see? Now, if you do not develop that human rights culture, remember, post-COVID situation, you cannot imagine also. In fact, to conclude, I'm reminded of a metaphor from the airlines jargon. You know, in airlines, when the cabin crew report any matter to the pilot or the captain, they use alphabets. And they use HR as an alphabet, not for human rights, but human remains. Remember, they say there's a HR issue. That means there's somebody, human remains. And that means a human being who is dead on the flight. Now, if we do not focus on human rights, remember, as Professor Upendra Bakshi says, we have to deal with human remains in the post-human world. Therefore, let us convert this COVID into an opportunity and ensure, because all of us have one limitation. The limitation is the difficulty lies in not in the accepting new ideas, but in escaping from the old ones, which ramify every corner of our minds. Therefore, let us escape from the old ideas, accept the new ideas, and develop the human rights culture. And I'm sure this epoch-making 2-day workshop initiated by the University Colleges of Law will be a trendsetter as far as spreading of human rights culture is concerned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Venkata Rao, sir. In fact, you said it's an excited morning. We are equally excited to host you. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. Next, we have Professor Dr. P. Ishwara Bhatt, sir. Before sir takes over with the permission, sir studied in Vivekananda College, Puttur and Udupi Law College, presently known as VVCL. He got his LLM degree from the University of Mysore with gold medal. He got his PhD degree in law from the University of Mysore for the thesis on international relationship among fundamental rights in 1994 and LLD from National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. He served as professor and dean faculty of law, University of Mysore, acting vice chancellor of University of Mysore for 4 months, and as vice chancellor of the West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences, Kolkata, from 2011 to 2018. He served as member of Syndicate and Academic Council of several universities. He was a Fulbright Nehru Visiting Fellow and involved in co-teaching NPO law in Columbus Law School, Catholic University of America in 2010. He has presented papers in international conferences on third sector law at Toronto, Seoul, Jakarta, Beijing, and Bangkok. He also presented a paper on mother tongue education at Kathmandu and on Indian constitutional development at Islamabad, Pakistan. He has been a prolific author and has authored multiple law books in Kannada as well as English. Presently, he is serving as the Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State Law University, Hubli. It's a pleasure having you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me heartily greet all the participants it was a really a pleasure to associate with the very distinguished team in the inaugural session, Honorable Justice Suraj Patil, with whom I have a lot of relations. He is a person who encourages youngsters relating to whether it's academics or organizing various activities. He is a source of inspiration. It is a pleasure to associate with such a great personality. Honorable Professor V.B. Coutinho, he served as a Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University and a distinguished scholar. Professor R. Venkata Rao, former Vice Chancellor of National Law School, and he guided me for my work on non-profit law. Let me also greet Professor S.V. Nadagowda, Professor Sudesh, Satish Gowda, and various participants. COVID has put forward a big challenge to human rights scenario. We have to understand that the human rights jurisprudence ought to be understood in a different dimension, because it is essential to look from the angle of protecting the rights of human rights defenders. Human rights defense is one important phenomenon that is something shouldered by all the persons who have responsibility towards human rights. Universal Declaration of Human Rights has stated that each and every person has a responsibility to protect human rights, to perform his duties towards others, so that it is possible to provide for a better. Then we come across the 1993 Vienna Declaration, Vienna Program of Actions, which states that it is the responsibility of all the nations to recognize the role of NGOs, so that favorable conditions at the national and international levels can be properly ensured, so that human rights violations can be avoided. Then in 1999, there is a Declaration of Rights of Human Rights Defenders. It is this particular declaration made by the UN General Assembly that becomes very much important for us. During COVID-19, we have seen how various human rights NGOs or various voluntary organizations, non-profit bodies, or charitable organizations have assisted the human society by providing various types of facilities, by providing food, or by assisting in the form of distribution of masks or sanitizers or various other facilities, or sometimes access to some of the daily items. Of course, the role of human rights defenders became real when so many philanthropists made very huge contribution. So many corporate bodies extended their CSR fund. Then various foundations, Tata Foundation, Infosys Foundation, then this Aziz Premji Foundation, and various foundations provided huge funds for meeting various problems relating to facing this pandemic issue. We come across the donations are made by various individuals, various societies, and the work that is done by number of NGOs by assisting the migrant laborers or by providing food to various persons who are not given due attention. All these things has actually enhanced the worth of human rights. It has actually assisted the society to a very great extent. In the absence of this rights of human rights defenders, perhaps it is not possible to visualize about the efficacy of human rights. Efficacy of human rights much depends upon the rights of NGOs to put forward their views, to participate in various activities assisting the human beings and involving in various programs so that the health of the people could be adequately protected. Who are human rights defenders? It is not only all these NGOs or various other persons, but even the medical doctors. They are human rights defenders. They are the first human rights defenders, because without them, it is not possible to protect the human right of the COVID affected persons or COVID suspected persons. Nurses or various other medical personnel have made a very big contribution. What is the human right of these people? It is essential that the society has to recognize those rights. It is not only sufficient to recognize their service in a formal manner, but it is essential to recognize their rights in a real sense by safeguarding their interests, because they run the risk of contacting this infection or the possibility of such events. It is essential that they are to be protected against various types of dangers. That's why rights on the part of these warriors. There's a corona warriors. There's a person, medical personnel, or even the police personnel, or various other persons who are coming to the rescue of the health system. That actually counts a lot. It is essential to protect their rights. Their right to organize, right to express, right to get remedies, and a right to involve in various activities, including gathering resources or receiving donations and using those donations. All these things are important. Human rights defenders are not only individuals but also institutions. There's a number of institutions like hospitals or charitable institutions and educational institutions. They actually have to come to the rescue of the people who are affected by COVID-19 or who are endangered because of this pandemics. It is essential to know that NGOs have a very creative role in expressing their views against a change of law, whether it is a change of law relating to, say, marketing or labor or various other types of laws, or including the law relating to pandemics itself. About that, they have the responsibility of expressing their views. It is essential to protect their interests. It is essential to recognize their role. Further, it is very important that the role of various health institutions are properly given due attention. It is essential that the hospitals should have all the facilities. They should not make any discrimination, or they should not refuse to say provide a treatment, because that itself is something going against their fundamental duty of defending the human right. When a right to health is a basic human right, that imposes a duty upon others who are in a position to provide some assistance to human rights. That is why these hospitals or various institutions which have the capacity of providing health assistance have those duties. Without a duty, it is not possible to perform. It is not possible to protect the rights. If we are to treat duty as a prerequisite for a human right, whereas that duty lies on the part of all these NGOs. Of course, COVID-19 has posed so many issues relating to human rights. There are so many important things that are going to be discussed in this workshop. I'm just confining only to the area of NGO activities or the non-profit organizations' role. I'm feeling that the role of these charitable organizations or this human right non-state organizations, non-profit organizations have increased a lot. It is essential to recognize their role, and people as a whole will be benefiting a lot only if we recognize these roles of NGOs and involved in these activities. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity of expressing my views. I hope that the workshop will be making a big contribution in terms of intellectual discussion on various issues. With this, let me conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion and your valuable address.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So the next
Thank you,
dignitary-
Professor Bhatt.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next dignitary addressing us needs no formal introduction as said, but nevertheless, Sir is rendering a presidential address. Owing to his familiarity, let me take this privilege and honor to present to you Professor Dr. K.R. Venugopal, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, Bengaluru. Sir is the Vice Chancellor of Bangalore.
Short.
Yes, sir. He was the principal of University Visvesvaraya College of Engineering for 15 years, Chairman, Department of Electronics and Communications, Computer Science, Engineering and Information Science Engineering in UVC. He has an illustrious, distinguished and brilliant academic career with 11 degrees, including 2 PhDs. He has served UVC and Bangalore University for over last 4 decades. He received his ME degree in Computer Science of Engineering from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communications from UVC, and has also obtained degrees in law, journalism, public relations, business finance, economics, industrial relations, and communications. He has authored and edited 72 books. These books are prescribed as textbooks and references in our country and abroad. He has published more than 900 research papers in referred international conferences and journals. He has individually filed 56 patents. He has established 2 engineering colleges and 2 schools in Bengaluru. He is a social worker, philanthropist, wonderful researcher. He has been a leading beacon of light, and he has been a role model for teachers and students of this world. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the doyen of educational fraternity in itself, Professor Dr. K.R. Venugopal, sir. So over to you. So yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good to go.
1 minute. There is some problem.
Sir, it is audible, sir. Please.
It's audible.
Audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very happy today to be amidst the galaxy of erudite scholars who have in law. And I am not a lawyer, basically. I am a computer science engineer, though I got a degree in law 35 years back from SGRC Law College. I'm indeed very happy to participate in this program. And, you know, we had Justice Shivraj Patil for the keynote address. And I know him from the last 25 years. Very resourceful person and known for his sincerity and honesty. And we have a great founder, we can say, Professor V.B. Coutinho. He has been for a long time in University Law College. And I used to see him when I was a student. And he was the controller of exam, and I got my PhD in economics under Professor K. Venkata Rao. He was one of the persons responsible for my degree in economics. And we have another stalwart, one of the leading vice chancellors who has been, said that he is the best vice chancellor, Dr. Venkata Rao. And I know him for the last 20 years from when he was there in National Law School. And I've been associated with him for a long time. And we have with us Gautam Chand, who has been at Bar Law, and we are very thankful to you, sir, for being with us today for this program. And I should thank Dr. Suresh Nadagaudar for his venture of conducting this program. This is a worldwide program. You know that people across the world have joined for this program, and we are in the forefront of online education. And we have to, I should not forget to mention Dr. B. Sudesh, former principal syndicate member, who has been in the forefront of this online education in the last 3 months. And we have with us Dasarath principal and Satish Gowda, who has toiled for this program day and night for the last 1 week. He has been asking me that I should be there on time, and I was there on time. So thank you, Professor Satish.
Professor Ishwar Bhatt is also there, sir, online, kindly.
Oh, Professor Ishwar Bhatt, I already thanked him when he completed his thing. Ishwar Bhatt, and you must know that I and Ishwar Bhatt became vice chancellors on the same day, and we took the order at the same time. That is at 2:30 on 12th of July 2018. We had taken the order for the vice chancellor post at the same time. Thank you, Ishwar Bhatt, for being with us today. I'm really delighted that so many of us have joined together on this platform. Now, what we would like to say is virtual has become real. Virtual has become now real.
Yeah.
And social distancing is the new closeness. This is what I have seen. This is what the COVID-19 has, taught us. Somebody asked me on the other day, who is responsible for online education in this country? They said MHRD, UGC, or COVID. Then everybody said the answer was unanimous. It is COVID. So today we have joined to discuss on this forum, this virtual workshop. In fact, the title itself is virtual workshop. Is this virtual workshop going to be the new normal? Yes, it is going to be the new normal because education has now become virtual. We cannot alienate virtual education from classroom, traditional, archaic education. Why? Because we are put in such a situation, and when we talk about the human right violation, human rights are inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, or any other status. Human rights include the right to life, liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion and expression, the right to work and education, and many more. One of the human rights are based on dignity, equality, and mutual respect, regardless of your nationality, religion, or beliefs. It is universal. It is inalienable, inalienable, indivisible, and human rights are essential for freedom, justice, and peace. You know that the issue, we have number of National Human Rights Commission, State Human Rights Commission in this country, NGOs, following a number of procedures to just implement human rights in India. Human rights in India is a complicated issue because of its large size population, widespread poverty, lack of proper education, as well as of diverse culture despite its status as the world's largest sovereign secular democratic republic. And when we saw what Professor Justice Shivraj Patil was talking, today we have to congratulate, we have to, applaud the 3.5 months, almost 100 days of how we are trying to face this challenge of COVID-19. It might be doctors, it might be technical persons, it might be drivers, it might be ASHA workers, it might be nurses, it might be NGO, it might be police, it might be those persons who are involved in the burial of the dead bodies. It might be the women and children at home. We are always talking about the human rights. These human rights have been enshrined in our constitution. When Baba Sahib Ambedkar has given this constitution to this country, everything, all the 395 articles and all the amendments talk only about human rights. It is not only just Article 12 to 35, which is fundamental right. Any clause that has been inserted in Constitution of India, it is talking about human rights. It is how we have to be in this world, a disciplined world, and how we should have that compassion, how we should be able to have patience, perseverance, charity, generosity, discipline, sympathy, and all these are enshrined in that Constitution, and that's what we are talking about. It is a gigantic task. It's a gargantuan task to contain pandemic in a country with 130 crore people. I have to congratulate the government and all those people who are involved in containing this pandemic. When you are talking about human right violation depends upon the government. When you take a democratic government, the violations are less. When you take some other form of government, then the violation keep on changing. The variation is there that you have seen across the world with different types of governments. And I think India is plagued with large population. And that is the reason, not because of the type of government we have, it is the enormity, it is the huge population which makes us, and disparity of economic disparity among the public, among the citizens, which makes this human right violation much more serious in this country. Justice Shivraj Patel was talking about how the prisoners were released, whether it is in Italy, whether it is in Spain, or whether it is in our own country. What does it show? That situation is changing. Even criminals have a right to live. Criminals have a right to be reformed. Criminals have a right to life, proper life. Just like we are not even trying to respect our dead bodies now, then what is the wrong in just letting out the prisoners who have just been convicted for simple crimes, petty? So the governments across the world have taken a good decision in this regard. Whether it is a Kerala government, whether it is a Chhattisgarh government, or a Delhi government for hunger preservation, or Rajasthan government for medicines, we have to applaud them because we are in a new situation. We have to come with out-of-the-box ideas. We have to, think fast, and we have to act fast. And the governments have been doing that. One of the most important problems which you are seeing now in this pandemic is migrant labor. Migrant laborers are the source of a fundamental problem, and we have to have a paradigm shift in tackling these migrant laborers. And one of the beautiful examples which was given by Justice Shivraj Patil is how Portugal has adopted, within a time span of 30 days, within a time span of 90 days, they have been able to give citizenship to the migrant workers, and they have been able to come back to normal in their fields. And that's what we have to do. And now we are trying to see whether a person coming from Bangalore should be, taken in Mysore, or whether they should be allowed to go into their villages. So we are facing a very, a serious issue of even migrant citizen, not migrant laborers in our country. Now, somebody, Professor Venkata Rao was talking about even the neighbors. Neighbors have been, it is a social distancing among neighbors. And it is whether it is the migrant labor across the state or against the district, it is even the migration among the neighboring houses. That is also what we are going to see about in days to come if this pandemic, keeps on deteriorating. I do not, somebody said that we have, Professor V.B. Coutinho said that removal of people from jobs, the migrant removal of jobs and the labor laws have to be much more stricter, and it has to be implemented. Why? This happens across all the countries. Now we have always seen that we are now trying to prevent ourselves from buying some product because it is coming origin from some other country. We are trying to, even America is trying to prevent even people from taking jobs in their own country. They are restricting the visa. That this is a worldwide phenomena. This is a worldwide phenomena. And how are you going to tackle this phenomena of migrant laborers? It can be a blue-collar labor. It can be a white-collar labor. It can be a poor, unskilled labor. How are you going to transform? How are you going to, overcome the challenge of migrant laborers, whether it is of the lowest level or it is of the highest level? The third aspect, in Vienna Plan of Action 1982, as Professor V.B. Coutinho said, that which provides for the aged. In Sweden, we have what is known as a time saving. And a youngster will always try to give away time when he is young and try to put that in a bank so that when he becomes old, he will be able to use that time which he has saved in the bank. Instead of money saving, time saving has become important because you don't get people to serve you when you're old. You don't get people to help you when you're old. So time saving has become more important than money saving. That is one of the most important aspects of human, tradition which we have to follow and try to inculcate in the new generations, which is having intolerance towards the aged people. What we talk about, the other one, Professor Venkata Rao was talking about digital alienation. Digital alienation cannot be, you cannot stop that alienation. It continues to grow at a rapid rate and at an exponential rate. In this technology of collaborative learning, creative thinking, digital storytelling, and when we say about digital responsibility, we talk about innovative pedagogy. So for computational thinking, we cannot separate digital alienation, sir, but this digital toxification is very dangerous. It is as bad as cancer. It is as bad as any other disease. And that is going to destroy this world. But how are you going to strike a balance? You are saying that disease, only the other disease other than COVID is taking more lives. I think digital alienation and digital toxification will take more lives than the disease, the present pandemic. That increases the number of suicides, increases the number of frustration, the number of people who will get frustrated, it will be killed because of digital alienation. And the second aspect is how are the kids, the children from UKG to degree, they are now glued to online education. But what I said was, on the other day, somebody asked me, what do you do? How do you overcome this digital education? Why do you want online education for children? I said, please, we must ask their parents and their parents to stop seeing television. And part of that time should be shifted to online education, whether it is the kid. Because whenever I see a kid, then the mother says, use the mobile phone to the kid and feeds him. So instead of that, you can have a part of the portion of the time to be actually given to online education. It should not be continuous because it affects our eyes. We get to say there'll be strain and there'll be eye strain. So you should not have a continuous online classes. The online classes should be intermittent. And even if you give 1 or 2 hours of time, instead of seeing your TV, watching your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and all this type of social media we are engaged, and WhatsApp. We are engaged in this social media for hours together. Instead of that, take a part of it and then try to learn, involve in online education, and that will do good. So digital alienation should not be taken in a negative sense. It should be taken in a balanced sense, so that we strike a balance between digital and also the physical classes. Now, how these growing children who are now being deprived of even playing with their parents and going outside to a playground. Yes, we are in that, the environment is like that, but let us have hope that we will come out of it in another 2 months from now. And maybe when the vaccine is already, it's on its way. And definitely when we have seen the pandemic, which hit this world for so many years without our knowledge. Only we saw people dying. We did not know what was happening, and people died in millions and lakhs. And now we have a technology much better to tackle and overcome this pandemic. Now, I will not be able to speak much of because we would like to speak, allow others to speak. And this is short, a presidential speech of mine. But I'm very happy and glorified to be in the galaxy of these erudite scholars. Thanking all the Department of National, University Law College, and also all the vice chancellors from, Professor B.B. Coutinho, Ishwar Bhatt, Dr. Venkata Rao, and Justice Shivaraj Patel, who have been with us, and Gautam Chand for being with us today, and Dashrath, Suresh, and Satish Gowda for giving me an opportunity to, deliver this presidential address. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor. As always, it's a pleasure to have you and listen to you. Before we move on to the next speaker, let us acknowledge the presence of Barrister Shamim Haider Patwan, sir, Member of Parliament from Bangladesh. Sir, welcome to the program. Also convey our love and prayers to the people of Bangladesh on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Professor Dr. V. Sudesh, sir, former Principal, University Law College, Bangalore University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Very respected guests, professors, and participants. Generally, no one waits for the end of the movie. After the climax is over, people say goodbye to the theaters, but I'll make it a little interesting, this vote of thanks. In fact, in Bangalore, it has been really pleasant for the past 2-3 days. Early morning showers. Yes, today we had early morning shower of knowledge. ULC may not have the glitz and glamour of modern day universities. Let me take you to an old Hindi movie, Diwar, where Amitabh Bachchan asks his younger brother Shashi Kapoor, and questions what material wealth he has made. Let me use the same dialogue. If today someone asks, ULC ke paas kya hai? Let me tell you, ULC has legends, professors, alumni, advocates, judges, police officers, judges even at the trial courts. So this is the wealth of University Law College. And we had a very star attraction today in the morning session. All the star batsmen completed the quota of over with full 6s and 4s. Let me thank Professor. Let me thank, as Justice Professor Venkata Rao said, we must call him Professor Honorable Justice Dr. Shivaraj Patel. Sir, we thank you very much in your absence. You have today spoken about in your keynote address of the concept of building a new jurisprudence, of reminding that we must not violate human rights. Self-violation of human rights must be avoided. You reminded us that wearing of mask and social distancing and including sanitization is the way forward for respecting human rights. So thank you very much. You've always been there with University Law College. Thank you so much, sir. Next in line, we have our own Professor Dr. B.B. Coutinho. Sir, we love to hear you again and again. You have been part of ULC family for many years now. You have very specifically concentrated on migrant labor problems. You have given the example of Portugal, how Portugal gave temporary citizenship and thereby avoided the human rights sufferings of these laborers. Whoever is the principal, chairman or dean of ULC, sir, for us, you are team ULC. You represent team ULC. Remember that ULC was known as Professor Coutinho's college. I hope one day will come when University Law College will be known as Professor V.B. Coutinho Law College. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence this day today morning. Thank you so much, sir. We had Professor Dr. R. Venkata Rao, sir, a very gentle professor, learned professor, who was inspired by the human rights embodied in the Carnatic music played by Divyashri, our student. He emphasized on that we must now stop digital toxification, that there is the alienation of our youngsters. He has said that we must take a pledge to respect human rights, and the normal health, the normal right to health must be respected, sir. We are indeed thankful to you for your gracious presence and look forward from you many more such intellectual talks in course of time. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Ishwar Bhatt, another friend of University Law College. Sir, you are always agreed. Whenever we call for such seminars, you have always agreed and you are there in the front line. Sir, your main contribution today was to the role of defenders, human rights defenders, whether it is individuals or institution. You said that the role of NGOs, the philanthropy must be recognized in this pandemic. Thank you so much, sir, for your speech. We are indeed very happy that you are with us during this time. Thank you so much, sir. Our president of today's function, our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. K. Venugopal, sir. You have made the headline. You said the virtual is new normal, and social distancing is the new closeness. How beautifully you have presented the present pandemic situation. Sir, we are always indebted to you for all your kind support in organizing this two-day international workshop. I've already seen that there are more than 500 participants who are registered. Many of them are watching on YouTube. You will see in days ahead to come, will be a leading socially contributing institution with your help, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let me thank Team ULC, led by our own principal, colleague, Professor Dr. Suresh Vinodgadar. We worked within 10 days to see that this program starts off. I'm thankful to you, sir. I also thank my colleague, the Dean Faculty of Law, the Chairman of the Department of Studies in Law, Professor Dr. N. Dashrath. He's also contributed immensely in getting the nitty-gritties of this program very well done. Dr. N. Satish Gowda, not to forget, because for the past 10 days, probably he has skipped many lunch and dinners working with our hard taskmaster, Dr. Suresh Vinodgadar. Thank you, Dr. N. Satish Gowda, for putting all the legends. We have the top cricketers with our ULC team today. I also thank Dr. Jyoti Vishwanath, Assistant Professor, Dr. L. Chandrakanti, who all been supportive of our endeavor in organizing this function. Madam Librarian Shivakumari, she was also kind enough to be with us for all these 10 days of planning. All professors, Professor Ramkrishna sir, Professor Basvaraj, Professor Mallikarjunaya, Professor Kempegoda, many I could see, Professor Vishwanath, all have joined us, and the next session will be led by them. Thank all of you individually. Thank you so much. All the guest faculty members of University Law College, teachers of other law colleges, research scholars, students, and participants from India and abroad. Thank you very much. On behalf of Bangalore University, University Law College, and the Department of Studies in Law, I say a big thanks. Namaste to one and all. Be safe, keep safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've taken less than 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor. Especially when we talk about vote of thanks, it is one segment where we'll all be restless to finish the inaugural session and move into the crux of the event. But I think this is the only vote of thanks in the history of any formal events where we all hope that the vote of thanks does not end and it continues. Because I think you were using the reference of star batsman, but I think you were showering continuous sixes after sixes with a strike rate of 360. That is 6 balls, 6 sixes. With your very unique and vote of thanks with presentation, making it euphoric, I must say. Thank you very much, Professor, for always being at your best in doing whatever you do.
Key vote of thanks.
Key vote of thanks.
Key vote of thanks.
Trained by all legends, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're coming to the serious segment. Before we move to the session one, I request all of you in your respective places, wherever you are, kindly stand up as the national anthem will be played in some time from now, in just few seconds from now. So please, I know that some of y'all are not in a convenient position. So if that is the situation, please turn off your video. But for those who can, kindly rise. We'll be giving you 30 seconds to 1 minute time for the national anthem, so you can adjust your cameras accordingly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's rise for the Indian national anthem. Jai Hind, Jai Jagat. Hail Mother India, hail world. Ladies and gentlemen, you're requested to be seated.
Oradla, Suresh,
Sir.
Nadagoudar,
Yes, sir.
Satish,
Thank you, sir.
Oradla.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you
meeting
for
ಇದೆ.
sparing your valuable time for more than 1.5 hours and
Okay, ma.
blessing all of us. Thank you,
ಈಗ
sir.
ಮಿಡಲ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ಮನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ನಾನು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಮ್ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನರ್, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಮ್ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ನರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the formal conclusion of the inaugural session. But the show begins now, as we have our session one scheduled, wherein we are honored that Professor Dr. N. Dashrath sir, Chairman, Department of Studies in Law and Dean, Faculty of Law, Bangalore University, will be rendering the welcome address. Professor Dr. K.C. Sunny sir will be the chairperson, who's the Vice Chancellor of National University of Advanced Legal Studies, Kochi, Kerala. Then we have the honor of hosting Barrister Shamim Haidar Patwari sir, Member of Parliament from Bangladesh, who will be our speaker one. Professor Dr. C. Basavaraju, former Dean and Chairman, Department of Studies in Law and Director, School of Law, University of Mysore, who will be our speaker two. Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna sir, Professor and Chair Professor of who has a specialization in intellectual property rights, NLSIU Bengaluru. And after that, we will be opening the floor for question answer session. So we have, I can see, around 520 members who have graced this event. I request all the 520 participants who have gathered here today to spend your valuable time to gain more knowledge, to interact with these professors who have illustrious career. And I think with this, we will proceed to the formal function. I would now hand over. It was a pleasure and a privilege to be your master of ceremony for the inaugural session. Now I hand over the floor to Pooja Gowda and Ajit Gigi, who are the masters of ceremony for the sessions scheduled ahead for the day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience hearing. Have a good day. Namaste. Pooja, you may unmute yourself and you may start.
Thank you, Naman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Pooja, BA LLB student at University Law College, Bangalore University. And it gives me immense pleasure to be your MC for the technical session 1. I would like to extend my humble salutations to all the distinguished guests and delegates who are virtually gathered today. I take up the platform to extend warm greetings to our distinguished dignitaries of this session. The chairperson of today's event, Professor Dr. K.C. Sunny, Vice Chancellor, National University of Advanced Legal Studies, Kerala, Barrister Shamim Haidar Patwari, sir, Member of Parliament, Bangladesh, Professor Dr. C. Baswaraju, Director, School of Law, former Dean and Chairman, Department of Studies in Law, University of Mysore, Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, Professor and Chair Professor, IPR, NLSIU, Bangalore, the Workshop Director, Professor Dr. Suresh V. Nadagaudar, Principal, University Law College, Bangalore University. Workshop Co-Directors, Professor Dr. N. Dashrath, Chairman, Department of Studies in Law, Dean, Faculty of Law, Bangalore University. Professor Dr. V. Sudesh, former Principal and Dean, University Law College, Department of Studies in Law, Bangalore University. And the coordinator for today's event, Dr. Satish Gowda and Senior Assistant Professor, University Law College, Bangalore University, and all the respectable participants of today's workshop. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the society has been enormous. In this backdrop, it becomes pertinent to deliberate and discuss the role of human rights law in alleviating the sufferings of the needy during challenging situations such as the pandemics as a whole. Hence, we at University Law College, Bangalore University, have decided to initiate deliberations on protection of human rights during pandemic. Now, with proud privilege, I call upon Professor Dr. N. Dashrath, Chairman, Department of Studies in Law, Dean, Faculty of Law, Bangalore University, to welcome our guests.
Thank you. Thank you, Pooja. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Yes.
you're audible.
Yeah, very, very good morning to all of you to this very, very great historic event. This is the second international virtual workshop of this year 2020. The very first international seminar was organized in February. Of course, the idea to organize the centennial celebrations of the International Labour Organization was mooted by Professor Satish. But then me and Professor Satish, having contacted the ILO office, Geneva and New Delhi, could not receive any response. Therefore, we went ahead to organize that seminar. Professor Suresh V. Nadagaudar was the Vice Chancellor at the time and he came as a resource person. Well, this is the second virtual workshop of that first physical international seminar. I am highly privileged and highly blessed to provide and give a warm welcome to the very first session of this international workshop on human rights in midst of COVID pandemic. May I first take the privilege to welcome the chairperson of today's session, Professor K.C. Sunny, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ULC, Cochin, Kerala. Sir, you have been part of our institution, contributed immensely for the growth of our institution. I welcome you on behalf of the ULC family, sir, and all the participants present here. Now I welcome the very first speaker of this session, Barrister Shamim Patwari, Honorable Member of Parliament of Bangladesh, is kind enough to accept to be the part of this seminar as a speaker. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of the ULC family and all the participants present in this seminar. Now I welcome yet another friend of University Law College, Professor C. Baswaraju, former Vice Chancellor in charge of Mysore University, former Registrar of Mysore University, and presently the Director School of Law, Mysore University, to be the part of this function, the workshop as a erudite speaker. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of ULC family and all the participants in this workshop. I take the privilege to welcome Professor T. Ramakrishna ji, Professor Chair, IPR, National Law School, University of India, Bangalore. Professor T. Ramakrishna, a good friend of our institution, has been always supporting us to organize and guide us these type of international events. I welcome you on behalf of ULC family and also all the participants in this workshop. I take the opportunity to welcome the professors, the principals, the learned teaching faculty, the research scholars, my dear students from all law colleges and from all the institutions. I welcome the faculty and very important persons from Bangalore University, from the administration. And I also welcome very warmly my family of ULC, led by our Honorable Principal, Professor Sweshwi Nargowder, my esteemed friend, colleague, learner professor, Professor V. Sudesh, Madam Professor Jyoti Vishwanath, Madam Professor L. Chandrakanti ji, librarian Madam Shivkumari, members of the non-teaching staff, and most importantly, the coordinator of this international event, Professor Satish Gowda, who has worked tirelessly to organize this function and has given me the opportunity to welcome the very first session of this great historic event. I thank the members of the media, the print and electronic, and all the others, the concerned who have supported directly and indirectly, Mr. Raman, and all other friends of ULC have done great work in organizing this event. One word I'd like to just say, sir, with the permission of the chair, the jurisprudence of human rights has emerged from individualization to generalization and from generalization to institutionalization. Today, we are in the midst of threatening, in the midst of some threats to the international institutions like the World Health Organization, which is a premier international UN agency, warning and guiding the health in the entire world. These type of institutions are to be protected, and this trend of the rise of human rights jurisprudence should not reverse from institutionalization to individualization. I's should not prevail over V's in society. Democracy succeeds where there is respect for human rights, life, and liberty of all in society for a peaceful, progressive, and developing society. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Thank you once again. Welcome all of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm sure that we make this morning not just a wonderful day, but also a day full of learning and new experiences. Basically, the object of today's workshop is to analyze different fields of law through a human rights perspective. And we look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains thinks about this dynamic topic. So without further ado, it's my privilege to introduce to all the first speaker for today's session, the Vice Chancellor, NUALS, Kerala, none other than Professor Dr. K.C. Sunny. Dr. Sunny has 30 years of experience as teacher of Kerala University and Central University of Kerala, out of which 11 years as a professor and 8 years as dean. Sir is a graduate in both physics and law and a postgraduate in administrative law and a gold medalist for LLM. Sir has also secured UGC fellowship for PhD and joined in Kerala University Department of Law, Karyavattam campus in 1990. Sir has published the book Corrupt Practices in Election Law and more than 45 research papers. 17 students, including 2 foreign students, successfully completed PhD under his supervision. Sir was the international observer to Nepal Constituent Assembly election 2006 and Bangladesh Parliament election 2007. Sir has delivered lectures in 16 foreign universities and had interactive sessions in 6 foreign universities, including the Harvard Law School. Also, he attended the training program for university teachers conducted by the Institute of Humanitarian Law, Geneva. Sir has served as the program chair for the International Conference on Law and Public Policy held at Singapore for 7 years. It's indeed a great pleasure to have you here, sir. Now, Professor K.C. Sunny will be addressing us about socio-economic rights during pandemic. Over to Dr. Sunny. Sorry, unmute yourself.
At the outset, I must congratulate University of Bangalore for organizing this workshop on a topic which is very relevant in the social context. It is nice to see that the panelists of this session are Barrister Samin Haidar Patwari, Member of Parliament, Bangladesh, Senior Professors of Law, Dr. C. Basavaraju of University of Mysore, and Dr. T. Ramakrishna of National Law School of India, University. And it is nice to see that Professor Nadagowda, Professor Bangalore University, Professor Sudesh, Professor Bangalore University, and other teachers of Bangalore University, including Dr. Jasirath, are present in this occasion. Coming to the topic, protection of human rights during the period of pandemic COVID-19. As all of us are well aware, we are passing through a period which is unknown to all of us, because this is a period of struggle for all the inhabitants of this world. That is a position. At least 80% of the inhabitants of this world. That is a position. Coming to human rights, if I quote the words of Honorable Justice V.R. Krishna here, human rights may be treated as the most important cultural asset of mankind. The statement is absolutely correct, considering the fact that the purpose of the idea of human rights is that all values which are essential for the individual and collective well-being of the human beings should be identified and propagated, and our governance, our style of life, our pattern of behavior, and even our appearance and apparel should be in tune with the basic standards that while promotion of values which are essential for individual and collective well-being of human beings. Coming to the issue of protection of socio-economic rights during the period of pandemic, actually the socio-economic rights, which is treated as second generation human rights, has some close relationship with the concept of welfare state. As all of us are well aware, before the emergence of the concept of social welfare state, the concept was negative for police state, whether the role of the state is confined to protect the citizens from external aggression and internal disturbance. In a welfare state, as pointed out by W. Friedman, state is a protector, state is a dispenser of social services, state is an industrial manager, state is an arbitrator, and state is a service provider also. Out of these 5 functions identified by W. Friedman, 2 functions have great significance in this period. That is the period of pandemic. That is, role of the state as a service provider and role of the state as a dispenser of social services. When we are speaking about state, after the emergence of this digital world, long arm of the state is everywhere. Actually, invisible arm of the state is everywhere. That is the truth. This arm of the state may be used as an engine for oppression and a hand for help or protection or support. So, whether the arms of the state are being used as a for the purpose of protection of citizens, that is the basic issue. Coming to the socio-economic rights, as we know, in our original constitution, all the civil and political rights are incorporated as enforceable fundamental right included in Part 3 of the Constitution. Most of the socio-economic rights are included in Part 4 as directive principles of state policy or as basic policy choices for governance. But subsequently, through amendment to the Constitution, right to education has been elevated to the status of fundamental right, and through the dynamic interpretation given to Article 21 of the Constitution, almost all socio-economic rights have been elevated to the status of fundamental rights. That is the present position. Then, coming to the issue of specific socio-economic rights, I think first thing in this pandemic period is right to livelihood, because we are under lockdown for a period of 3 weeks. Unexpected lockdown. Not possible to travel. No shops are open. People are not aware of the modalities to be adopted for mobilizing money for their daily use, etc., etc. But during this period, state had given one help, that is free supply of ration. That happened throughout India. But in Kerala, there are so many other measures also. Community kitchen for feeding aged persons, destitutes, and other deprived sections of the society. Then help by the police, fire force, etc., for the purpose of providing medicine and other things. So, very, very effective step has been taken by the government of Kerala. That is another thing. But throughout India, the providing of free ration, I think 5 to 10 kilograms of grains to everybody started, and that is continuing for another 2 months.
Hello, moderator.
I think sir has some technical issues.
Can Dr. Satish Gowda phone Sunny sir and just tell him?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm phoning, sir. I'm telephoning. Sir, Sunny sir. Sunny sir. Hello. Hello. Professor Sunny sir, can you hear me? Just a minute.
And disconnect aita?
Sir, due to technical problem, he will join within 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. You already contacted him?
Yeah,
Yes,
he is
sir.
live now.
Just
Okay.
tell him. Yes.
Sir, unmute, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Audible. Please.
As far as realization of right to health is concerned, I think the overall position in India is not at all satisfactory. But it is satisfactory in Kerala because COVID treatment is free. Then the government is giving all support to the COVID patients, in spite of the fact that nearly 2.5 lakhs people from Kerala who are serving outside Kerala reached here during this period, etc. The point is, what is the basic reason for the state support for the realization of right to health during COVID era? The answer is that public health system in Kerala is very, very strong. In every panchayat, there is at least one government hospital, maybe 2 or 3 because there may be one modern medicine hospital, one Ayurveda hospital, then homeo hospital, that is the position. Then government had established a mobile unit, at least one mobile unit in every panchayat, having one doctor, one nurse, then some other paramedical persons, for the purpose of visiting every home where patients and aged people are laying, or to take care of generally the bedridden people. So that was the system. So the main reason for the strong support by the government for the purpose of realization of right to health is the public healthcare system established in Kerala or existed in Kerala for more than 100 years from the period of Maharaja itself. So I think we must think about strengthening our public health system, and at the level of central government, some initiatives may be taken. Actually, health is a state subject, but money is with the central government. So there may be more schemes for strengthening this public health system. Then coming to the right to education, actually that is a serious issue. All education institutions are closed down. Examinations are not conducted properly. In Kerala, we conducted SSLC, that is 10th standard public examination, and 12th standard examination. By effectively using the machinery of the state and with the public support, police, fire force, education department, local bodies, parent teacher association, every persons were active everywhere. Through this process, we effectively conducted this examinations and started online classes also. But in Kerala, on 1st June, online classes started as usual. It was found that nearly 5 lakh students do not have sufficient devices for having access to online classes because they don't have smartphone or they don't have access to television. So with the help of NGOs, local bodies, and other persons who are interested in charity, within 20 days, this problem has been solved. Now every student has the access to this online classes. So that may also be taken as a model. What is needed is the initiative on the part of the government and mobilize public support. Public support means support of the parents, support of all political parties, support of local bodies, support of everybody. So that is regarding the right to education. There are so many issues like right to work or right to adequate standard of living. For this purpose, some new schemes should be initiated at the central level, and that should be implemented with the help of state governments. Now, after this COVID total disturbance, especially the migratory labor had gone back to their concerned states. There also they are facing so many problems, and the state which accommodated this migrant labor are facing the problem of scarcity of living, etc., etc. Anyway, I am not taking much of time because we are running out of time, and you are eagerly waiting for the speech of Dr. Basavaraju and Dr. Ramakrishna and Honorable Member of the Parliament from Bangladesh, Mr. Barrister Shamim Khaidar Patwari. But only point that I would emphasize is that at least in this type of situations like pandemic, collective action is essential, and state should take the initiative, and state and the organs of the state should act as the hands for protection. With these remarks, I am concluding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed very informative. As sir said, human rights is indeed an important asset for the mankind. Thank you, sir. And now I take proud privilege to introduce to you the Member of Parliament, Bangladesh, the very eminent Barrister Shamim Haider Patwari. Sir is a Bangladeshi politician and the incumbent Member of Parliament from Gaibandha, and the Member, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Law, Justice and Parliamentary Affairs. Sir is a postgraduate, major in Intellectual Property Law and LLB Honours from University of London, and the topper amongst the students in the Holborn College, UK. Sir holds HSc, Notre Dame College, SSc, Udayan Vidyalaya, and Diploma in Human Rights, Humanist and Ethical Association of Bangladesh in collaborations with Dhaka International University. Sir has obtained training in combating trafficking and child rights by Bangladesh Bar Council and is presently working on anti-tobacco and judicial activism and holds specializations in fields of administration, legal affairs, civil law, and criminal law. Sir has also visited around 40 countries and attended about 50 international conferences. Sir is the head of Chamber, Patwari Jurists and Associates, and president of Dhaka International University. Also, he is the Presidium member, Jatiyo Party, member of the Constitution Drafting Committee, the member of Bangladesh Bar Council, Dhaka Bar Association, Supreme Court Bar Association, and the Executive Committee, Law and Society Trust, Bangladesh. It's indeed an esteem to have you here, sir. So now I request Mr. Shamim Patwari, sir, to address us regarding judicial activism and human rights. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pooja. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for arranging such an wonderful session with so many luminaries, so many academicians, vice chancellors, professors of law, legal experts. Whenever I do some independent research, a number of names came up in the internet, and I can see some of the people virtually in this conference. I like to convey my thanks to University ULC, Universal Law College, for giving me the privilege and honor to say a few words in this August panel. I have no hesitation to say I'm the least qualified man in the panel. Of course, I'm a practicing lawyer and a politician, of course. Of course, in unfamiliar territory sometimes in Bangladesh, the practitioners and academicians, it does not go hand to hands always. And when someone is doing politics, it also creates some more problem. So the topics I'm going to ponder upon in the next few minutes is one of my favorite topics, is judicial activism, judicial self-restraint, and what Bangladesh judiciary is doing during this COVID and what they should do. And I've learned so many things from the morning session and my earlier speakers. It's really thought-provoking and eye-opening. So first, the thing I would say about judicial activism, of course, that there is no such thing as judicial inactivism. A judge cannot be inactive. He has to be active. And in India and Bangladesh, when you have a great egalitarian constitution, the constitution framed by Baba Saheb Ambedkar, the Messiah of Dalits, and we also follow a considerable part from his philosophy in our constitution. With such a constitution and with such a constitutional mandate, no judiciary can play the traditional advisorial role or traditional whistleblower role, that they will only blow the whistle when there will be dereliction. It casts some responsibility upon the judges to play some proactive roles, to play some constitutional implementing roles. And that coupled with another fact I read from one book, Granville Williams, one of the early commentator on Indian constitution making process. And he says in India, judicial activism developed as a reaction on the part of the executive of supersession of 4 judges, then a reaction of supersession of Justice Khanna, and judicially reacted in a more humanized manner. And they try to mix law with human rights, law with human social rights, and law with society. And so they humanize the law. And that is how judicial activism come into operation. And if we can define judicial activism, the expression judicial activism signifies the anxiety of court to find out appropriate remedy to the aggrieved by formulating a new rule to settle the conflicting questions in the event of lawlessness of uncertain laws. So, and also in one, Lord Scarman once says that great judges are in their different ways always judicial activists. So it is no doubt the judicial activism we are now practicing in Bangladesh or India. It is a completely deviation from separation of power. No doubt it is a complete abdication of executive and legislative power. But to some extent it is permissible, and to some extent it is for the state necessity. And to what extent it is permissible, to what extent it is for a state necessary, is yet to be defined. So in India, there is a three phase of judicial activism or public interest litigation development, but the fourth phase is judicial self-restraint. In Bangladesh, it's also same. So this fourth phase is most important because we all have to think of a Lakhan Rekha, where the judiciary should stop of making laws, of issuing directions, or issuing involving financial matters. So during COVID, that's creating a problem for the judiciary. So they even grant a provision of the constitution, of our great egalitarian constitution, when the judges or judiciary want to implement them, even during COVID period, it also requires a financial policy backup. It requires a real implementation hands, and that in the domain of executive or legislature. So budgeting is one of the area that belongs to the legislature, not the judiciary. So that's also a limitation on judicial activism. So in Bangladesh at the moment, we have we first detected COVID patient in 17th March 2020. And then immediately after some time, the court was shut down all over the country. Only few surrender court was open. And after 1 month, the government, the president, in fact, passed an ordinance, a small ordinance, just 2-page ordinance on Virtual Court Act. The name did Use of Information Technology in Courts Act 1920, Ordinance 2020. And now it has been passed yesterday in the parliament. So I was in the drafting committee as well, and I was also in the parliament. I always say the small law cannot cover the whole area of virtual court. It's a new dimension, and you need a amend the Evidence Act. You need to amend the Code of Civil Procedure. You need to amend the Code of Criminal Procedure. We need a separate Code of Criminal Procedure for virtual court. We need a separate Civil Code of Procedure for virtual court. We need a separate Evidence Act for virtual courts. But at the moment, government is working on ad hoc basis, and they just passed a 2-page law on virtual courts. So far, that is operating in our country. Now, in the meantime, what our judiciary have done, we face one problem that during the COVID period, due to the apprehension of spreading COVID, a number of private hospitals, they shut down their doors. A number of private hospitals stopped taking patients with high fever or symptom of COVID. So the Supreme Court immediately interfered in a PIL, and they issued a rule that if any hospital or private hospital refuse to take any patient, a non-corona patient, their license will be confiscated, and they will have to pay huge number of fine. Even the High Court, one High Court bench, they give a order that if any doctor refuses to give treatment, that will be tantamount to be a manslaughter. So this is jurisprudentially incorrect, I think, and that's why the government and the doctors, they appeal before the Supreme Court Appellate Division, and the Appellate Division accordingly stayed that judgment, that part, that no, even if a doctor refuses to give treatment for some logical reason, it can't be murdered. So at the moment, we need more judicial activism, but the problem is we have only partial operation of virtual court. In Supreme Court, we have only few benches who is working. And in the district court or subordinate court also, we have like 30 or 40% operation. Our most concentration is only on bail matters. So in March, April, May, we had a huge problem of overloaded prison. We had almost 70,000 prisoners in different district prison, but our capacity was only 30,000. And there is a fear of spreading of corona in prison as well. So the government initially initial focus was only on bail applications, and still now we're only focusing mostly on bail applications. But this, I personally believe, is also a violation of Constitution, because our Constitution, Article 31 says to get protection of law is an inalienable rights. So we have to open the door of all types of legal rights enforcements. So if it is come to the rape case, if the police deny that a rape victim or any victim, woman victim, if police deny to take their case, practically they cannot go to the regular court and file a complaint case at the moment, though the door is opening from today. But for 3 months, the door was closed. So same for the High Court division. We didn't have a division bench, so we couldn't have issued the rule. We only issued an interim order for some temporary measures. So my personal opinion, I spoke about it in many forums, including the parliament, that during COVID time, we cannot have a regular court, but we have to have a full virtual court. Absolutely. And why we don't have that? Because of the capacity problem, because of the budgetary allocation problem for last 10 or 20 years. We had one great judicial activism judgment, we call it Masdar Hussain judgment. It is also based on Keshavananda Bharati. We adopted the basic structure case. And in this Masdar Hussain case, we categorically, the Supreme Court says there has to be a separate secretariat for the judiciary and who can create their own budget, and the government will be bound, almost bound, to give the budget. But that secretariat has yet not been created. So far, the judiciary is receiving budget as a ministry. So in this year, the livestock ministry get more budget than the entire judiciary. So this is happening because judiciary don't have their own secretariat. And also most of the cases, the political government, they don't own judiciary, they disown judiciary. They think judiciary as their competitor. They think judiciary as an impediment for their implementation of political agenda. It's happened all over the world. So that's why our judiciary still now is not fully capable to open full virtually. In the meantime, one district judge died because of corona while he was conducting the session. 3 Supreme Court judge was affected but later recovered. So far as comes the health system, we're facing a huge number of problems of shortage of nurses, shortage of doctor, and of course shortage of hospital beds and some mismanagement issues. And again, the problem come up. We have a good number of vibrant judges. They are ready to give good directions, but who will follow up the directions? There's the same problem is happening in India as well and in Bangladesh. In India, I think the Indian Supreme Court is known as a 3rd chamber of legislation. In Bangladesh, it is also known as 2nd chamber of legislation. During the golden period of judicial activism from 2005 to 2015, hundreds of directions has been issued. Hundreds of, even the Supreme Court, though I can say it's something illegally, directed the parliament to make laws on some issues. But there is no follow-up on these issues, no implementation or compliance issues. Sometimes the Supreme Court asks for compliance, but sometimes the Attorney General Office came up and says, we don't have fund, we don't have resources, we cannot implement that. Again, the problem is come up. Judicial activism can only be successful when it match with the political will of government. When it don't match with the political will of government, it is very difficult to make it successful, because in many cases, the judiciary can bite, but it's not have its teeth because of the budgetary allocation and all the intricate issues. Still, the ministry is controlling a part of judiciary of Bangladesh. So I don't say much longer because my issue is not, it's connected with COVID and all the things. So I personally think a number of issues is now blooming for judicial activism during this COVID pandemic situation. First, we need to take care of the migrant citizens who is coming back from all over the world. 2 sectors are greatly affected in Bangladesh. One is our garments exports. Bangladesh is the 2nd largest garments exporter of the world. 5% of the world population wear clothes somehow prepared in Bangladesh. So that is going to be affected. You know, Jara closed all its stores all over the world. Marks and Spencer is limiting their scope. So what happening basically, these mega companies, they are now canceling our orders, and so a number of people is going to be jobless. And also Bangladesh economy is heavily dependent on foreign remittance. Almost officially 82 lakhs, almost 10 million people lives abroad from Bangladesh. Unofficially it is higher than that. So they send money, and this is the biggest strength for our economy. So a good number of foreign citizen workers has been sent back, and a good number of going to be sent back. And the pipeline people who was about to go abroad this year their process will be suspended. So that is creating a double burden for the economy and double burden of violation of human rights, because these repatriate migrant workers, how we can rehabilitate them, how we can mainstream them, how can we fund them? We have to give them loan. Even during the isolation, we have to give them proper facilities. Kerala set forth a very good example. The teacher Amma, we read the story of teacher Amma in the newspaper and really enchanted. We lack that in our country. That's why COVID spread so quickly in Bangladesh, because we failed to isolate the repatriate workers or citizens in a separate place or somewhere. That's a state mistake, definitely. Also, we have to think about the women rights violation, women oppression, and sexual assault issues if happening. And the police, the priority of police is now to ensure the lockdown. So the crime rate is getting higher. So that also, so we have to open up the door for volunteerism. We have to listed the volunteers, paramilitary, para-police, something like that. Social inclusion, social integration in the lawmaking process, in the law and order process. That's also important. Doctor safety. This is one more issue. In one case, it happened in Khulna, that's close to Indian border. When the patient died, his relatives killed the doctors instantly. So that is one greatest human rights violation. And we all protested and we all stand beside the doctors on this issue. So doctor safety, we need judicial activism or legislative activism on this area. I am preparing myself a writ petition on that, so that the doctors get a safety net or a safety act. I think India have I think recently passed an ordinance on doctor safety. If anyone modest assault a doctor, he will be punished for 7 years or something like that. And also, we have to think about, we need judicial activism in combating COVID as well. So the government is making many mistakes, health ministry is making mistakes. And then the question is come up, if they make mistakes, how the judiciary will be immune from mistakes? So the judiciary, what they can do, they can take expert evidence. That's what they're doing, in fact. So we cannot restore our economy. We cannot restore our livelihood. We cannot restore our political system if COVID survives. We have to combat COVID. Though we have to live with COVID for a considerable period of time, but in the long run, we have to combat COVID. We have to ensure it. We also need judicial activism or international cooperation on right to vaccine. If vaccine invented, I think it will be invented very quickly. But once it is invented, if there is a patent issue and all, it is very expensive, it will not be useful for Bangladesh or poor people. It will be remain only useful for the rich people or rich countries, or it will be beneficial only for medicine companies. That's my apprehension in future. So we need a high international cooperation in these matters also. And also we need for the migration issues, we need a collaboration between the sending country and the receiving country, so that the receiving countries, they don't give up their responsibility to the migrant citizens. They give us funds for rehabilitate these migrant workers. We already send workers for a very low pay. When they came back, they did not come back with enough money. So it is also important that this receiving country, they give payments, remittance, or incentives for that. In short, I will not make it longer. I like to say a few words. When Germany attacked England, Mr. Chamberlain was smiling always, and so the journalists asked him, "What is your reaction?" He says, "Did you publish the newspaper today?" And he says, "Yes." And then he asked, "Is the court in session today?" And his secretary says, "Yes." And then he says, "Germany can never control or occupy England, because today we publish the newspaper and today the court is in operation or in session." That is so important that we protect the human rights, and we also protect the human rights of the corona affected people. We protect the rights of the corpse. That is so important. In some cases, Bangladesh has happened. The corpse was just lying in the apartment. Then the police and some other agencies go there and they do the burial funeral activities. So the dead bodies dignity is also important for our human rights. So we are facing we call it pandemic. It's beyond pandemic by now, of course. If you look at the economic impact, if you look at the health impact, if you look at the overall economic disaster, it will be more than pandemic. But one good thing Bangladesh have, our rice production is extremely good. Our agriculture is extremely good. Bangladesh is going to survive, hopefully, of the COVID disaster because of our farmers, because of our extraordinary agricultural inventions, and of course, because of the hard work of the poor people. And we all political parties are now united to face this COVID. We also need some high judicial activities to find the loopholes and issue directions so that the statutory bodies become not a statutory mockery or they just stand idle by. They do something effectively, they do something realistically, and they do something for the best interest of the country and best interest for the poor people. At the moment, we need a judiciary for the poor people. We need a parliament for the poor people. We need a political system for the poor people. We need an economy for the poor people. We need a Justice Bhagavuti at the time as well, I think, because he humanized the law and judicial system. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. As sir said, budget elevation has indeed become an issue in almost all the countries, in fact, worldwide. So thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. Next in line, with great esteem, we have with us Professor Dr. C. Basavaraju, Director, School of Law, former Dean and Chairman, Department of Studies in Law, University of Mysore. Dr. Basavaraju has produced 10 PhDs and has a teaching experience of 19 years and research experience of 17 years. Sir had presented research paper on best practices on environment at the International Conference in Poland. Sir had visited Bhutan on invitation extended by Chief Justice of High Court of Bhutan and also discussed with Solicitor General, Government of Bhutan. Sir has published the books, namely Social Justice and the Constitution of India with special reference to SC/ST, Intellectual Property Rights, Biotechnology and Patent Law, and Bharatiya Kanunu. Sir has adjudicated 35 PhD theses, published 59 research articles, and adds to his repute 19 honors and awards. Also, Sir is the member Karnataka Bar Council, Bangalore, and member Mysore Bar Association, Mysore. It's indeed a great esteem to have you here, sir. Now, I call upon Professor Dr. C. Basavaraju. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for introducing me. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir, you're audible.
Oh, okay. Thanks for introducing me. Good morning to all the participants, respected chairman, and my colleague, Professor K.C. Sunny, and my teacher is already there, Professor P. Ramakrishna. Professor Ramakrishna is already there. I think, just find out what has happened.
Yes, sir. Sir, please proceed, sir. You can just go ahead.
Please proceed. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Raj. Yeah. We can hear you. We can see you.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. You proceed, sir. You proceed, sir.
Yeah. So today, I have been interested with the responsibility to speak about a very two important concepts. That is, one is social justice, the other one is human rights. These two concepts have, in fact, arrested the minds of various scholars, academicians, social reformers, judges, jurists, and even general public also. So this is mainly because since ancient time till today, human rights violations are taking place at different levels, at different people. And so also social justice has not reached the unreached people today. Now we need to address a very important issue like social justice and human rights, how they are correlated. There is a saying that we are all living in a paradoxical state of affairs.
Separate paragraph, pictures.
Because all men are born free, but everywhere we are in chain.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. Yeah.
So we are living in a world of dichotomy also. That is, we are living in a state of dichotomy between the rich and poor, haves and have-nots, good and wise, equality and inequality, injustice and justice, touchables and untouchables, majority and minorities. See, this is how we are living in a contradictory state of affairs in the present scenario. As a result of which, naturally, we are all confronted with a few important issues, not only during the pandemic time, even otherwise also. For example, we need to understand what are these, we are talking about human rights. Why do we require these human rights? Whether the human rights are really inevitable for us, and whether the deprival of human rights will have a negative impact upon the social justice. Whether the social justice is also directly associated with the human rights. See, these are all the very important issues needs to be addressed at all points of time, even including the pandemic period. And as we know that during the pandemic period, there is a gross violation of human rights are taking place. And of course, we need to look to what extent these human rights are being violated. On the one hand, we need to protect the interest of the people. We need to look at the interest of the society. At the same time, we need to also ensure justice to every section of the society. Today, as a result of this unexpected, unanticipated pandemic, we are confronted with a series of problems, and especially not only the violation of human rights, but also people are suffering from different problems as a result of this pandemic. Are there any way out to come out from this? Because this is the larger questions we need to address. Today, on the one hand, the government is taking all precautionary measures to ensure that the social justice should reach to every individual, even during the pandemic period. On the other hand, people have also become panicky. What is going to happen tomorrow? We are not sure. So therefore, we need to try to balance these two issues, the concepts of social justice and the human rights. For the purpose of understanding the efficacy of human rights, we can also look at the international conventions. Not only we find in the Constitution of India or the national systems, but we do come across in the international conventions also. For example, the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in fact, is a very important declaration in which the United Nations Charter also, in fact, speaks about the protection of human rights. See, therefore, globally speaking, people's human rights are protected through international conventions. It may be UDHR, or it may be UN Charter, or it may be any other international conventions which ensures the human rights. Because human rights culture today has become a very important issue. Unless and until human rights culture is to be perpetuated at all levels, it is very difficult to survive in this world. So if you look at the United Nations organization, the very objective of the United Nations organization at the global level is to promote and to encourage respect for human rights. Yes, respect for human rights and also fundamental freedoms without having distinction to any other criteria, without having distinction to religion, territory, nationality, caste, culture, and so on and so forth. I think the international convention which speaks about these ensuring in human rights, in fact, needs to be implemented at all levels in order to achieve what is called as social justice. If you come down to the national level, especially to the national system of India, we do come across the concept of the human rights even in the Constitution of India. For example, in the Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, Part 3 of the Indian Constitution is suffice to ensure the adequate protection to our human rights, starting with equality. Even the preamble of the Indian Constitution, which ensures the social justice and also to ensure certain rights to the every sections of the society. For example, equality. Equality is ensured to every individual. Equality is a fundamental right. Equality is a human right. And much earlier to this, equality was a natural right. So therefore, these natural rights, what we call today as human rights, since they were endowed by nature, which cannot be taken away by any authority or any individuals, irrespective of the situation, whether it is pandemic situation or non-pandemic situation, these rights cannot be taken away because they are endowed by nature. The only thing is how far we are going to implement these human rights and how far we are going to ensure safety and security to our people by giving respect to our human rights culture. At the same time, Indian Constitution also focusing upon the social justice concept. Without protection of the human rights, the concept of social justice has become just a mirage. It's only a dream. So what are we talking about the social justice without having ensuring the human rights? So therefore, human rights culture is to be ensured. Human rights culture is to be protected. It should be perpetuated in this country for the irrespective of the situation. And of course, today we are facing a very sensitive issues. We are all living in a very sensitive issue. For example, people across the country, they are suffering from different problems. It could be vendors, small vendors. It could be hawkers. It could be drivers. It could be workers working in various small sectors, small business. It could be garage people. See, all these people, in fact, they are not happy today. How to ensure justice to all these people? On the one hand, government has already started to provide all kinds of help, all kinds of assistance to these people. On the other hand, due to the pandemic situation, millions and millions of people in this country who are deprived of even the basic necessities, basic food, in fact, they are not happy. They are not happy. I always remember the words quoted by Justice V.R. Krishna here. In one of his judgments, he says, the mere enumeration of the fundamental rights, what we call today, which were also called as human rights or natural rights, they are not suffice if they are just enumerated in the Indian Constitution or any national document, unless and until there must be a mechanism to ensure these natural rights or fundamental rights to be implemented, and it should reach the common sections of the society. A vulnerable sections of the society, the last man of the society must be able to enjoy these natural rights or fundamental rights. Are we getting this today? Are our people really enjoying this? During the course of this pandemic, we have been observing for the past 2 months and 2.5 months. And of course, pandemic is a natural calamity, I would say, because nobody had anticipated. But after this, what is the status of the people? How the different sections of the society, especially the vulnerable sections of the society, the poorer sections of the society, the farmers, where should they go? how to protect their rights, how to protect their basic rights or human rights, what we call as right to life, right to food, right to health, right to live with human dignity. I really do not understand what sense we can understand this right to live with human dignity in this pandemic era or in the pandemic situation. But still, the Constitution has ensured that right to life should be with dignity. And of course, there are plethora of instances, there are plethora of decisions already given by the Supreme Court and various high courts. What I perceive is, irrespective of the situation, whether it is a pandemic situation or a non-pandemic situation, what are the adequate steps taken by the government really in a real sense to ensure justice, to ensure social justice, ensure equality, to ensure the basic necessities for the people like food, clothes, shelter, health. Health is very important today. See, when people are dying like anything today, millions and millions of people across the globe, they are dying. Millions and millions of people, they are getting infected with this infections, the COVID infection. What is that very needed today? And of course, our government has been doing wonderful work, not only at the state, but also at the center and most of the countries also. But what is the status of human rights? How to ensure human rights during this pandemic era is the real big challenge we are all facing today. And I am sure that irrespective of the people, every individual should join to fight against this pandemic in order to ensure justice to all. Because the vulnerable sections of the society, they may not be aware. What is this pandemic? What is this infection? They may not be able to, in fact, afford to go to the hospitals and to pay whatever the charges which is imposed by the private hospitals. It is very unfortunate that the state should intervene. The state should intervene at this stage to ensure social justice to even the poorer sections of the society who are affected by this pandemic. Otherwise, the poor people who cannot afford to pay in the hospitals, they will definitely die. Their fundamental rights or human rights are grossly violated. So I'm sure that every individual across the globe, irrespective of their status or irrespective of their nationality, irrespective of their religion, everyone should extend their help. They should come for assistance to protect the interest of the people who are really suffering from this pandemic. It is unfortunate that we had never anticipated. But Constitution has already ensured that right to life includes right to have healthy environment, right to have healthcare facilities. And of course, therefore, it is the duty of the state to see that every individual must be protected. How to protect? Why, in spite of the state effort, the pandemic is still increasing. Every day, the cases are increasing like anything. People are dying. What could be the reason? I was just hearing Professor K.C. Sanni was referring in his Kerala that at the Gram Panchayat level, there must be a team of doctors. There must be a team of the warriors, COVID warriors, to see that every individual must be subjected to test. It is not whoever comes to the hospital and finds that he is get infected with the disease shall be examined. Every individual in the society must be examined. Let it take some time, but once for all, the pandemic should be completely eliminated by making a survey of the people, and every individual should be subjected to examination. And of course, unless and until this is done, I think this dangerous pandemic, which is spreading like anything, cannot be regulated, and we cannot protect our rights also, human rights also. People cannot enjoy. On the one hand, people are losing their confidence about their fundamental rights, about their human rights because of this pandemic situation. Forget about our constitutional right to live with human dignity. If you look at the concept of equality, where do we find the equality? Even in the hospitals today, many of the hospitals, equality is not ensured during the pandemic time. Many people who are coming from poorer sections of the society, they are not adequately, properly treated. It is only the people who have some money. In fact, they are getting good medicines and healthcare facilities. What about the others? So we need to think from the constitutional perspective that every individual, irrespective of their caste, irrespective of their culture, irrespective of the religion, irrespective of the nationality, irrespective of the territorial limitation, everyone should be treated humanly. I think unless and until human beings are treat the other human beings with great respect, we cannot promote social justice. And that is exactly where we stand between two interests, the interest of the individual, the interest of the society. When there is a conflict of interest between these two interests, I think the interest of the society should prevail over the individual interest. And therefore, many times the individuals are excluded for the purpose of promoting and protecting the interests of the society. And thereby we can ensure social justice to the entire people who are living in the healthy society. And I hope that now there is a need to provide more importance to right to life as a human right, right to live with human dignity as a human right. In order to have a human dignity, we must ensure right to health for every individual. And whoever, any practitioner, any private practitioner or public practitioner refuses to provide the immediate medical emergency treatment for the COVID patients, he or she or the institution shall be prosecuted. And of course, there are plethora of decisions already given by the Supreme Court. There is no dearth for the decisions, but the only thing is, this is the right time that in order to save the people from the scourge of this pandemic, there is a need to ensure the decisions, implement the decisions, and to take action against those medical practitioners who fail to provide medical assistance for the people who really need of their assistance during this pandemic period. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable insight on right to live with dignity and human rights and social justice. Well, in fact, it's true, sir, that all should respect each other to ensure social justice. Thank you again, sir. So next, the last speaker for the session, with high esteem, I here introduce Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, Professor and Chair Professor IPR, NLSIU, Bangalore. Dr. Ramakrishna has pursued BSc, LLB, LLM, International Law, all from Mysore University, MA in Political Science and Public Administration from Karnataka University, and PhD in Intellectual Property Rights from Mysore University. Sir was a lecturer, an ardent reader, and professor at Vidyavardhaka Law College, Mysore, and its principal from 1992 to 2002. Sir was a visiting faculty at Department of PG Studies and Research in Law, Mysore University, and Karnataka Police Academy. Presently, he holds the IPR chair of the Ministry of Human Resources and Development at NLSIU and is the coordinator for the Center of IPR Research and Advocacy at the NLSIU and head for the Institute of Excellence in IPR and Standards. Sir is a member of different expert committees constituted by Indian Intellectual Property Office, National Biodiversity Authority, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, Copyright Office.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible.
So, Professor Dr.
Hello.
Ramakrishna. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yeah. Now
Yes,
you're
coach.
audible.
I'll continue. Yes.
Your
Dr.
voice was breaking.
Ramakrishna has pursued BSc, LLB, LLM, International Law, all from Mysore University, MA in Political Science and Public Administration from Karnataka University, and PhD in Intellectual Property Rights, Mysore University. Sir has participated in the workshops and colloquiums on IPR in over 7 foreign nations. Also, he participated as a part of Indian delegation in the meeting of the Standing Committee on Copyright and Related Rights at Geneva. Sir was selected as visiting professor of Indian Studies in Law under the ICCR chair, Government of India, in the University of Colombo. We are indeed honored by your presence with us, sir. So now, Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna will be speaking about patent and pandemic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pooja.
Yes.
The chairperson of this particular session and a good friend of mine, Professor K.C. Sanis, Barrister Shamim Haider Patwari, Professor Baswaraj, a good friend of mine and a very long associate, and other participants. Let me at the very outset, congratulate the University Law College led by Professor Suresh Nadagowda, congratulate Professor Dr. Sudesh, congratulate Satish Gowda and the entire team of ULC for creating this particular occasion. But also thank them for making me part of this particular program. Well, before I share my thoughts on the subject, I think it's our ardent duty to salute the great Corona warriors that as they've been addressed for all the efforts they have taken to contain the spread and treat the affected, whatever may be the lapses that have happened in certain cases. We thought that this particular crisis, would infuse into the minds of everyone the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, a cosmopolitanism. It has, mentally it has, but as Professor Venkata Rao was saying, that the nature of crisis is such that we are forced to isolate ourselves from everyone else, not only in the form of in districts, taluks, even in the houses as well. However, this has brought about a different adaptive change in social, economic life, etc., etc. I should definitely thank Mr. Basuraju here because he has given me the baton to continue the race by identifying few issues of right to health. That's a focus of mine. And a beautiful way of bringing in this duty of assistance. I, as teacher of the global justice, have often wondered as to whether there could be a duty of justice cast on the global community, especially the haves to help the have-nots in any part of the globe. And this is the part that Basaraju has brought in. And the last one that you brought in, Basaraju, all of them would merge into the discussion that I'm going to take up now. The social interest, how the social interest will have to prevail over the individual interest, etc. And you find this unnerving biocatastrophe of the millennium, if you can call it so, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has thrown out of gears the settled global system, in all walks of life of mankind. It has brought to the fore an array of challenges. It could be the containment of pandemic at any cost, initially prioritizing life for livelihood, but gradual shift you find to phase prioritization of livelihood with no sacrifice of human life. Finding an effective cure for the affected by promoting, supporting, and encouraging innovations in the field. Global cooperation in ensuring the availability, accessibility, and affordability of the healthcare facilities. And a host of challenges are being addressed both at the global level and the national level. The legal instruments guaranteeing the right to health, to which Professor Basaraj made reference, international and national, and even the nobility of the medical profession, with the Hippocratic oath that they have taken and dedicated themselves to the cause of the mankind. The legal regime for approval of the novel effective treatment products and processes. The IP regime, right, accommodating the larger public interest. These are all matters of concern at this particular juncture. Well, with that background, I would just organize my talk around 4 different aspects. One is just to tell this particular audience as to what is this patent and what is rationale and the monopoly, and what is this right to health, how it has been accommodated, the first part. The second part, I would be going into the efforts for containment, diagnosis, and the treatment of COVID-19, and also the related patent products and the processes, including how the patent office responded in this situation. The third segment of my talk would be, I am conscious of the fact that the time constraint is there, and I very want to follow Sudesh's methodology here, because he said I would complete everything but 5 minutes. I would confine myself to the time. The third segment which I'm going to deal with would be the legal systems ensuring the balance of the patent with the public interest, including a very upcoming and a controversial issue of whether Article 73B of TRIPS can also be invoked by a member country. And the last part of it would be to find out as to how some states have responded and what has been the response of the industry in this particular regard. The reason is the focus here would be a pandemic and a patent. I just want to find out whether assertion of monopoly is the need of the hour or accommodating the needs of the community is the need of the hour. These are the 4 segments under which I'm going to discuss. Let me start off my debate with the first question itself as to what is this animal called as patent? And we call it as an exclusive right granted by the state to the first and true inventor or his assignee for limited time. And the next part is more important, upon clear and complete disclosure of the invention. That is my focus here. Well, unless the inventor makes a clear and complete disclosure of the invention to the state would not ensure him an exclusive right. So patent is an exclusive right upon disclosure of that particular thing. And in the process, who is benefited and who gets the monopoly? The individual gets the monopoly, but the state gets the benefit. The quid pro quo in the form of monopoly is granted by the state for the information that has come into the public knowledge, so that reinventing the wheel would not happen among the scientific community. And a whole lot of philosophical debate, to which I will not be going at present. All these debates have ultimately ensured that the patent system or the IPR system has come in here not only to identify and recognize the creativity and then innovation, but also it's going to foster the larger interests of the community. So therefore, the balance is inbuilt within the IPR itself. I would just want to quote Lincoln at this particular stage, who said that the patent system added the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. The first committee, Rajgopal Iyengar committee, which was responsible for bringing in the patent system in our country, the committee says industrial progress of a country is stimulated or retarded by its patent system. And Rajgopal Iyengar quotes Michael in his report and says, patent systems are not created only in the interest of inventor, but in the interest of the national economy. So the larger interest is more the need. The reason why I am relating it here, and the next part of the discussion, is because healthcare needs the use of a host of medical instruments, medicine, innovative products, etc., which might fall into the patent system. And the availability of this, accessibility to this would be a paramount. I had to touch upon this because all the speakers would be referring to this. Just a preamble of WHO, which says health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So that is what is to be ensured here. And the right to health as a constitutional guarantee, has come out from the interpretation of Article 21, again to which I need not get into at this particular stage. Even international instruments, Suraj was referring to that, starting from Charter of United Nations in Article 55, UDHR in 25, ICSR in Article 12, and then ICCPR Article 6, and the Geneva Conventions in Common Article 3, they have all highlighted the importance of the right to health. Similarly, the Millennium Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals also have emphasized. But the one which is directly connected with the patent system was the Doha Declaration, to which I'll be making a reference as I progress. That's the first part of this, friends. The second part is about the containment, diagnosis, treatment of COVID-19 and the related patent product and the processes. For the treatment of a COVID patient, various things for prevention, treatment, etc., starting from a simple instance of mask that we are wearing, right? From that stage, the diagnostic kits for screening testing, artificial respiration equipments, personal protection equipments, PPE as we call it, the medical facilities, sanitizers which we use on a daily basis, the vaccines, the drugs, so on and so forth. All these are required. And are these within the patent system at present? Most of them are. But how did the industry or the patentists respond? Let me just highlight 1 or 2 points here. Amazon, HP, IBM, Facebook, all of them came out and said that the existing related patents that we have can be freely used by any manufacturer during this particular COVID situation. They did not assert their patent rights. And you'll be surprised that more than 7.5 lakh patents, 7.5 lakh patents have been declared open to the public for utilization in this particular context. That is the kind of response that the patentists have made in these situations. And you find even that's one part of it. Second part of it is some of the strips that are being developed, for example, Feluda by CSIR and IGIB, they have filed for a patent application. And there are several patent applications filed, especially during this COVID period itself. Some of them have been published by the patent office. Just to give you 1 or 2 examples, Kavach, an IoT-based COVID-19 precaution and hygiene alert device. One called it Kavach. There is another patent which has been filed who call it as Karuna Kavach, right? Karuna Kavach for monitoring person for detection of possibility of corona infection, right? And ultra personal protection equipment kit. These are all the inventions for which patent has been filed. And you find there are development relating to vaccines that have happened here. I just want to point out to one particular development here. The Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, right? This CEPI, as we call it, it has opened up the fund for a rapid development of vaccines. It funds organizations conducting this. But see, the interesting part of that particular agreement that they entered into, they say, we are not going to claim any intellectual property right ownership or the patents arising from the funding of the projects. However, we want to ensure that the supply and sale of vaccines should be at a fair price. Clinical trials also are another aspect, and you find most of the patented drugs are under clinical trials for COVID-19. And use of that should not be in violation of patent law at all, because we have a very solid polar exception, exception under the patent system, and therefore that should be taken care of. And even in India also, we have a lot of clinical trials happening. One particular development that I can again quote, where they are trying to balance is Oxford University, which is conducting these clinical trials. It has entered into AstraZeneca, and the agreement to which we had little access, it says that it shall operate on a non-profit basis till the pandemic ends. So it's a cost that they're going to collect during this particular period. And in India, starting from hydroxychloroquine and imatinib, so many other trials are happening with respect to the. And if you find, most of the patent office also have positively responded. Just to give an example here, Patents for Partnership is a platform created by USPTO, which says that you can list your patent for voluntary licensing, etc., to combat this COVID. Well, friends, let me just come to the third segment of my talk. the legal system ensuring the balance in the public interest. I'm just referring to the patent system as such. Generally, I have been reading in the newspapers that during the pandemic, patents has been portrayed as a barrier to access to diagnostic kits and vaccines. But the kind of response that patentists have to be doing, right, would indicate that it's not a total barrier. It's not a total barrier. If you just look at the TRIPS, there are flexibilities within TRIPS, both under Article 7, Article 8, through which I'll not go now, again, because of the time constraint. And one of the important development of the TRIPS is the Doha Declaration. Let me just read out that particular declaration part, which says each member has the right to determine what constitutes a national emergency or other circumstances of extreme emergency, it being understood that the public health crisis, including those relating to HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, or other epidemics, can represent a national emergency or other circumstances of extreme urgency. As a consequence of that, you find TRIPS amendment has been made. Article 31 bis has come into existence, and this provision is essentially means that countries which have lesser access to medicines can be provided access by means of a compulsory license by any other country. So if India wants to grant compulsory license and then send out drugs to all other countries which do not have the manufacturing capacity, it can do so within the existing system. Coming to the Indian patent system itself, can the government now, I'm just assuming here, that if the patentee of a particular substance, could be a drug or could be any other product, is not providing it at an affordable price or so on and so forth, does government have any alternatives? Yeah, Section 47 of the Patent Act provides that the central government can import a patented drug for its own hospitals and distribution of dispensaries just by a simple notice in the official gazette. So it need not hesitate, it can just go ahead and then utilize that. And there are case laws which have addressed this particular interpretation of this. Even Section 100 of the Patent Act also gives power to the central government to use inventions for the purposes of the government. In addition to that, all of us know, and that has come into the newspapers also, a few people claiming for exercise of that, the compulsory license. We have had an opportunity, state, of granting compulsory licensing for sorafenib gluconate, which was patented by Bayer, and NATCO was able to provide it for a lesser price. Again, the list of CLs granted by Canada, US, India, they're all there, and I'm not going to that. Section 92 is one particular provision which says national emergency or extreme urgency or a case of public non-commercial use, CL can be granted in special cases. You need not wait for the voluntary licensing initiatives to be taken by the complainant. You can just straight away go and grant. And this is what has been insisted by CPM 2 days back, that the state should invoke this particular provision. So there is scope for invocation of this. And the last one is Section 66 of the Patent Act, where if it is found that the patent is mischievous to the state or generally prejudicial to the public, it can just hear the party and to a notification revoke that particular patent. These are all there, right? Well built into the patent system itself. But is it required or not is what I'm going to touch upon in the last segment of my discussion. And only one point that I would like to highlight in the context of TRIPS is Carlos Correa, the executive director of South Center, a very popular person who has been advocating the interests of the developing countries within the system of the intellectual property rights. He writes an open letter. During COVID to the Director Generals of WHO, WIPO, and WTO, emphasizing on the use of Article 73B of the TRIPS agreement if it deemed necessary by the member states. And the letter states like this: letter states, support developing and other countries as they may need to make use of Article 73B of the TRIPS agreement to, I'm emphasizing here, to suspend the enforcement of any intellectual property right? Support them in suspending the enforcement of any intellectual property rights that may pose an obstacle to the procurement or local manufacturing of the products and devices necessary to protect their population. This is the letter that he has written. And we examined Article 73B, and there are scholarly write-ups that are coming up recently. All of them have convincingly argued that 73B clause 3 could be invoked by a particular state through self-judging mechanisms. It's possible. That is the legal framework, friends. And then let me just come to the last part of my presentation, how some of the states have responded during this particular period. And what has been the response of the industry in this particular regard? That's the last question that I'm going to address here. And I need not explain about WHO's role, but WHO's role in case of patent is that they have adopted proposal by Costa Rica when they said, create a voluntary patent pool, collect patent rights, data of tests and trial, and other information for being shared in the developing of drugs, vaccines, and diagnostics. So that particular voluntary patent pool has been initiated by WHO. WIPO, of course, has made it, created a platform of IP policy tracker, especially COVID-19 IP policy tracker, to find out as to where related patents are being filed, so on and so forth. As far as nations are concerned, very quickly, if I can just point out, Israel granted the compulsory license against AbbVie for the drug called as Kaletra. And AbbVie, immediately after this was granted, AbbVie has made an open declaration saying that whoever uses this Kaletra, we are not going to initiate any legal action. So a commitment they have made themselves openly. Canada also, in its Emergency Response Act, has empowered the Commissioner of Patents to allow Canadian state to produce, sell, and use the patented invention without the consent of the patent. Germany has a similar legislation passed during this particular COVID, and Ecuador has conferred power on Health Minister of Ecuador to issue compulsory licenses, right, if it is required. And perhaps my good friend is here, even Bangladesh, right, issued an emergency decree. And based on that emergency decree, Veximco Pharmaceuticals has been able to donate copies of Gilead Life Sciences medicine Remdesivir. This is the initiative. And Japan's initiative is commendable at this particular stage, especially the Open COVID-19 Declaration, which was launched by Japan on May 7th. And participating in the declaration, participating companies are required to commit not to assert certain intellectual property rights against any activities whose sole purpose is stopping the spread of COVID-19, including diagnosis, prevention, containment, and treatment. See what a laudable initiative that they have taken, and that, as I told you, more than 7.5 lakh patentees have already responded to that. As far as industry is concerned, all these are by states. As far as industry is concerned, we find Gilead Life Sciences, which is having patent over Remdesivir and is going to have patent over Remdesivir till 2035 in India. They have entered into agreement with quite a few pharmaceutical companies in India, Cipla, Redis Lab, Viva, Ferozon, Hetero, Jubilant, so on, all these companies, at least 10 companies. And the agreement here is to manufacture and distribute Remdesivir to as many as 127 low and middle income countries. So the initiative is taken by the industry itself. Industry is also responding, right? Of course, CPM's assertion, right, will have to be looked into. They say Remdesivir is available for 2.25 lakh, where if you grant compulsory license and bring in generic, it could be sold for 750 or 50,000 rupees. That's one of the contention of the CPM. That may have to be looked into. Well, friends, looking at the legal framework where the state has the power, looking also at the industry response and the state response, where they have been able to create a balance between the two extremes. I would rather advocate for a balance of promoting innovations through incentivization and ensuring that it serves the larger public interest. Where required for recalcitrant patentees, you have always the weapon to wield and then bring them onto the track. With these few words, let me thank the organizers, and that's it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir, for the us valuable information about various conventions and declarations from worldwide, and especially about that Karna Kavach for protection against COVID. Thank you, sir. So now we come to the question and answer part of the session. And any questions from the participants may please be posted in the chat box.
Pooja, they have received questions in the chat box.
Yes, sir.
Please read them.
It seems there are 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you just
So
look it.
the question goes like this. We have Mr. Satyajit from University Law College, who has a question to Mr. Shamim Patwari, sir. Sir, the question goes like this. What is the role of judiciary with respect to enforcement of right to health of refugees, considering the fact that Cox's Bazar is densely populated with Rohingya refugees? Can judicial activism extend to enforcing rights of non-citizens as well during the pandemics?
Yes, it's a very relevant question. Bangladesh is hosting at the moment the largest refugee camp in the whole world at the moment. Yes, judicial, if someone came with an application before the judiciary, of course, we like to see how judiciary reacted on that. It's a more political issue than legal, in fact. Of course, if you look into the status of Rohingya, definitely they're entitled for getting the status of refugee, and once they get the status of refugee, they're entitled for all the rights and privileges and immunities they have within the refugee conventions. So Bangladesh did not confer the refugee status on them. Bangladesh give them internally displaced population. And because once they are given the refugee status, the repatriation process will be longer. And you cannot really repatriate the refugee if they don't want to. So that's the problem we are facing at the moment. I like to see how judiciary looked into this matter. There is no application or any suo motu rule on the part of the judiciary as to the fundamental rights of the refugees of Rohingyas. I personally, I completely echoes with the value that they are entitled for all the facilities we citizens of Bangladesh have at the moment. We should give them food, we should give them shelter, medicine, education, child education, of course, health situation. Yes, and during the COVID, of course, we should at least open 1 or 2 COVID hospital for them. The government is working on that, but we should work more. I completely agree with you. Thank you, everybody. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, so that's my answer, because it is not tested yet in the judiciary. So we yet to see how judiciary look into the matter. We are not favoring too many suo motu rules on the part of the government. I escaped this part from my lecture because of the shortage of time. In fact, our constitution partly supported suo motu rule, partly don't support suo motu rule. Suo motu rule on the basis of newspaper article is dangerous. Often it shows counterproductive. But if someone come with an application before the High Court division regarding the rights of the Rohingyas, I like to see how judiciary approach that. Apart from that, the government should come up with all the facilities they can give to the Rohingya refugees or internally displaced. We should, as I told just a few minutes ago, we should have some dedicated hospital for Rohingyas for corona and non-corona. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ms. Bandita Singh Gupta, who has posted a query to Professor Dr. Ramakrishna. And the question is, will overuse of compulsory licensing during pandemic hinder innovation? And also, what is the necessity of creating a pandemic patent pool at a global level and the feasibility? Professor Ramakrishna, sir?
I'm here.
Yes.
See, generally, overusing of compulsory licensing provisions, right, has been considered to be an hindrance. There is a tolerable limit for that, and there are inbuilt mechanisms It will not be granted under all circumstances unless it satisfies those specific requirements. But the patentee would also have an opportunity of making it available to the community, right, under these kinds of situations. For example, AstraZeneca and the University of Oxford, if you just have seen that, right, they said that non-profit basis, we're going to provide it, right? And if it's cost basis, perhaps the state can pitch in if it's not affordable. That's number one. Number two, the patent pool that you're talking of. Whereas patent pooling here and making it available to the organizations which can manufacture that is a welcome trend. If the patent pooling happens among the companies themselves for furthering their own interest, then that is anti-competitive. But patent pool in the form of a commons, which can be accessed by anyone and then utilized by anyone, that is the need of the hour. And that is what has been done by COVID pledge. Satish Gowda has some.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Pooja, I have a question.
Go for next question.
Yes.
Pooja, I have a question to Professor Dr. Sunny sir, the chairman of today's session.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Professor sir, in the beginning of the pandemic, we saw people portraying Kerala model, and then they said the Gujarat model, and then they said the Bangalore model. But despite all these models that media portrayed or the government themselves portrayed, we don't know. A question here is that whether these models are reflective of the upkeep or protection of human rights, or these models only reflect the process of treatment of COVID. Should we consider these models as symbolic of human rights upkeep? Yes, sir.
To a certain extent, this Kerala model, especially in areas of healthcare and education, has a human rights dimension, because in Kerala, 100% this literacy achieved. Then education-wise, in higher education sector also, achievement is substantial in terms of this quantity. What about quality, I am not sure. Then coming to this healthcare system, at one point of time, our healthcare system was very effective, and general public is generally using on government medical colleges and government hospitals. But in a later stage, the private sector came into picture. They established huge hospitals and having 5-star facilities, etc., etc. So the elite class, so-called elite class, had a tendency in earlier days to go to private hospitals. During that period also, the people in the lower strata largely depended on government sector. The peculiarity of this COVID is that now this COVID treatment facility is available only in the government hospitals. And in the meantime, in last two or three years, government spent huge money for improving the healthcare facility throughout the state, and especially in strengthening the primary health center at village level, especially as I mentioned earlier, this mobile unit. In every panchayat, there is at least one mobile unit. In some big panchayats and municipalities, 4 or 5 mobile units for taking care of bedridden patients. So I think definitely it has a human rights dimension, and we must appreciate the effort on the part of the state.
Thank you, sir. Pooja, come back.
Pooja, any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If all questions are over.
No, sir, that's it for the day.
Okay. If all questions are over, I would like to take a minute before we go for the vote of thanks. So I take this opportunity to thank all our resource persons and chairperson, Professor Sunny, and particularly Barrister Samim, In fact, we are not known to each other. For the first time, we are seeing each other online. And thank you very much for taking your time and sparing and addressing all of us. And I hope we will continue to be part of our programs even in future also. I thank Professor Sunny sir, Professor Basavaraj sir, and also Professor Ramkrishna sir for accepting the invitation and helping us in organizing this program. Thank you. And of course, it is followed by formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. So as we come to the end of today's session, I now request Mr. Ajit Gigi, LLB student, University Law College, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Ajit.
Unmute.
Ajit, I think you might have to restart because you have muted yourself. Yes.
Yeah. As we come to the end of technical session 1 of the day 1 of the International Virtual Workshop on protection of human rights during pandemic, I consider it as my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks. Firstly, I thank the chairperson of the session, Professor Dr. K.C. Sunny, Vice Chancellor, National University of Advanced Legal Studies, Kerala. So thank you for being here today and for gracing the session. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Barrister Shamim Haidar Patwari, Member of Parliament, Bangladesh, Member, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Law, Justice and Parliamentary Affairs, who in spite of his busy schedule has been with us and shared his valuable thoughts. So thank you for being here today and for gracing the session. Our prayer and best regards to the people of Bangladesh in this challenging days of pandemic. I extend my gratitude to Professor Dr. C. Basavaraju, former Dean and Chairman, Department of Studies in Law and Director, School of Law, University of Mysore. So thank you for being here today and for gracing the session. And Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, Professor and Chair Professor, IPR, NLSIU Bengaluru, for the valuable deliberations delivered. So thank you for being here today and for gracing the session. A heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Suresh V. Nadagaudar, Honorable Principal, University Law College, Bangalore University, and Director of this esteemed international workshop. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. N. Dasharath, Honorable Chairman, Department of Studies in Law, and Dean, Faculty of Law, University Law College, Bangalore University, and co-director for this workshop. And thanks for rendering the welcome address, sir. Thank you. Professor Dr. V. Sudesh, former Principal, University Law College, Bangalore University, and co-director for the workshop. And the coordinator for today's event, Dr. Satish Gowda, and Senior Assistant Professor, University Law College, Bangalore University, for gracing the session. Ultimately, I extend my gratitude to all the respectable guests and delegates for having made the session a grand success. Thank you, one and all. We also have session 2 scheduled for the day, and we have legal luminaries such as Shri Mohan Katarki, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Professor Dr. M.R.K. Prasad, Professor Dr. Jeet Singh Man. Kindly continue to extend your support in the same numbers for the following technical session 2, scheduled at 2 p.m. It's a post-lunch. Thank you. And we have sent the Google Forms in the chat box. Please fill the feedback form. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all, sir. Professors. Professor Sunny sir, Professor Ramkrishna sir, Professor Basavaraju, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿರಿ ಸರ್.
Thank you. আবার দেখা হবে.
Thank you, Barrister sir. Samin sir.
Okay. Professor Ramakrishna. Bye.
Thank you, Sunny.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Nadagowda will arrange for lunch online.
Yeah.
He'll ask Zomato to deliver. Zomato or Swiggy. You can send us the bill, sir. We will provide.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. I thank all of our colleagues and participants for giving a patient hearing to all the sessions. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Satish, what time we come back on screen?
10 minutes to 4.
Okay.
We have a break for 15 minutes.
Okay.
So after 2 o'clock, again we start second session, sir. Please
kindly
join, sir.
So those who want to have lunch in between can hide their video.
Yeah.
No, next session is at 4 o'clock, alwa?
Illa, 2.
No, 2
o'clock. Oh, sorry. Correct. Okay.
So ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕು.
Okay. Thank you.
We start within 15 minutes, sir.
ಮುನ್ರಾಜ್ ನೋಡಿ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Thank you.
ದಶರಥ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Good, good.
So we join soon by 2 o'clock, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vinay? Vinay?
Yes, sir.
Vinay,
Mr. Nawaz?
Satyajit,
Vinay?
Vinay,
Yes, sir.
ಬೇಗ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ದೆಮ್
Yes, sir. We are updating.
ಫಾರ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We start exactly 2 o'clock. Okay. Because
Yes.
all are waiting. In fact,
Yes.
I have informed them to join by 2 o'clock. So please ready with their profiles and the other details. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vinay, just come to the breakout room now, 1 second.
Yeah, yes.
I think, yeah, Satyajit can also tag along.
Yeah. Really.
You can tag me also.
Hello, Satyajit.
Ajit,
Yes, sir.
check WhatsApp
Yeah.
and ask Vinay. I've sent Vinay a personal message
Sure.
along with you and Vinay. Both of you all check. Just check WhatsApp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a small announcement. So some of you all have been sending us questions asking, do we have to stay back? Can we leave? So since we have adjourned for lunch, we request that you may log out quickly, get your lunch and come back and join us for session 2. Don't worry, we will be accepting logins. So you don't have to miss your lunch and force yourself to be here. Either if you're able to manage by not turning your video on, good enough. If not, you may take a small break and we will be resuming sessions again.
Naman, we will be, hello, Naman?
Yes, sir.
We start within 5 minutes, okay? So
yes, sir.
Even we are waiting, okay?
Sure, sir.
So inform everyone, okay? Welcome, Prasad sir. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Santosh. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, sir. I'm fine, sir.
You can see
Just
my
now,
video.
yes, sir. We have completed first session successfully.
Okay.
Just now, in 145, in 140 we ended.
Okay.
So we'll be having soon within no minutes. We start, sir.
Fine.
Done. Yes.
Professor, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Seeing you after a long time.
Yeah.
Since you left ILI, now you are with the...
I'm in Salgaonkar.
Salgaonkar, that your previous institution.
Yeah, I went back to my institution.
So, you are busy with research assignment on legal aid now?
Sorry?
See, I'm aware that you had conducted some empirical research on legal aid. The book was also published, report was also published.
Yeah, it is 2011.
Right.
Yeah.
I also conducted some empirical research on legal aid at district courts in Delhi, as well as some 18 states, 36 district courts in India, in the country.
Okay.
A report is also submitted. So I came to know about your research work by doing that empirical.
Okay. Okay. But yours is on legal aid from the court side, or?
Mr. Naman? Competency and commitment of legal aid councils. I focus only
legal
on
aid
these
council.
parameters.
Oh, okay. That would have been a nice
Yeah.
addition. Is it published?
It is published. Report is also submitted. I'm working on one book.
Okay.
Mr. Naman?
Where do I get that? Do I get a online copy or something?
Still under consideration, sir. It
Oh.
will be published by Routledge.
Okay. No, I'm asking about your.
Delhi High Court, it is available. The Delhi High Court and 11 district courts, it is available online.
Okay.
Empirical research on legal aid. And I did the research under that UGC Research Award in 2014. Oh.
Naman?
So I'm here.
Yeah. Shall we start now?
Oh, Sudesh is also there. Very good. Professor, very good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good
afternoon, Manoj Kumar Sinha, sir. Welcome,
Yes.
sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Today, sir, ILI Director Manoj Kumar Sinha, sir, is. Hello.
Satish Gowda, sir.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon.
Sir, I think because some of them just adjourned for lunch and we have asked them to collect their food and come back. Meanwhile, can we, with your permission, we will have the dignitaries in the lounge. They can have a conversation amongst their peers, and 5 minutes after that, we'll bring them to the session.
Fine, that is fine. You just bring all them in the breakouts.
Good afternoon, Jeet sir. I'm Naman Vankadari. 2 years ago, I interned under your project along with students of University Law College.
Oh, great.
Hello, Manoj sir. Hello, MSK Prasad sir. Good afternoon. Myself, Naman Vankadari, final year from University Law College. With your permission, sir, sirs and ma'ams, we'll be moving you all to the launch. For 5 minutes, we might have an interaction, and after that, we will merge you to the main session. And we will continue with our proceedings. With your permission, we would proceed with that.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Our launch work.
At what time we are going to start the session now?
2:10-ish we will start, sir. Because some of them just went for lunch break around 5 minutes ago.
Just ensure whether all resource persons have joined the session. I think Manoj Kumar Sinha sir is with us.
No, sir. Everyone has joined, sir.
Then Mohan Karthikeyan sir is.
Yes, sir. He is also there, sir.
Okay, fine. Then Jeet Singh Man sir.
Yes, sir. Joined, sir.
Okay, fine.
All the resource persons have been.
Good afternoon, Jeet Singh Man sir.
Very good afternoon, Professor. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How about you, sir?
Just relaxing because of COVID.
Yes.
Too much of relaxation.
Yes, sir.
Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha. Namaskar, sir. Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha ji. Namaskar. Sharath. Hello.
Naman? Hello.
How are you? Hello. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Manoj Kumar Sinha ji. Professor.
Jeet Singh ji.
Anji, hello.
So, how are you?
I'm good, sir.
Very nice to see you after a long time on screen.
Because of various commitments, sir.
Yeah. How are the things in Delhi?
Going well, sir. And again, because
Corona status.
Corona status is okay. Dwarka is fine as compared to other places.
Okay, good.
We are busy with the activities like online examination, or maybe publication. I'm working on 2 different books on legal education reforms, and then second book is on empirical research.
Okay.
And good to see you, sir.
Oh yeah, after a long time.
After a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Good.
I was expecting you during that national conference on labor law, but you could not come.
Yeah, I could not come because I was working there as a registrar and acting VC.
Yeah.
Due to some meetings and all that, I could not make it. Next time, definitely I will come. Okay.
Sure, sure. Let us see.
Yeah.
I think
Definitely.
the problem is COVID.
Yeah,
And
COVID.
I really appreciate this approach online with this
Yeah.
webinar on
We
labor
can
law
have
issues.
some interactions
Sir?
even online also.
Sure, sure.
Sir, sorry for the interruption, sir.
Okay.
All the dignitaries have been assigned a breakout room, the lounge, where everyone can go, sir. Already, Mohan Katarki, sir, and other dignitaries are there in the breakout room. I have allotted all the dignitaries, including Satish Goda, sir, Suresh, sir, Jeet Singh Man, sir, the
Dashrath,
breakout
sir,
room, sir.
all of you all. There's
Yes, sir.
option breakout room. Launch.
Naman, how to go? Okay. Here is an icon to go to breakup room.
Yes, sir.
Breakout room.
Ali launch antirutte, sir. That will.
Yeah, it is there. It is there. It is there as breakout room only.
Where
Sure,
is
sir.
that? I could not see that.
Sir, in your tool, I'll just screen share this.
Just help me
But
out.
it is not operating. Okay. Now it has come. Now it has come.
So we can interact now, na? It will not
Yes,
be
sir.
visible to others.
No, sir. You can have your you can have a private conversation there. All the other dignitaries are there, and so
But
we'll
it's
merge
not.
you 215.
It's not working, Naman.
Sir, press the breakout room.
Breakout room only. I pressed, but it's not connected.
Join breakout room antirutte, sir.
Yeah. Breakout room is there. Yeah. Now it has come.
Join breakout room.
Okay, join breakout room.
Press that. Click that, sir. Click on that, and you'll be there in the session. And organizers, please do share the feedback form on the chat section once. Jeet sir, do you need assistance, sir? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see that the numbers are increasing. So kindly await till 2:15. 2:15, technically 2:15, 2:20. We will be asking the guests to join the main session. By then, I hope you all are done with your lunch or as instructed previously. If at all you're simultaneously having your lunch as well as attending the session, please ensure that your video and audio is off so that it avoids the sound of cutlery and whatnot. And on that note, pardon us, spare us time till 2:15, 2:20, and we will be starting the sessions. And this will be the session 2 and the last session for the day. Miss Siri, are you here?
Yes, Naman.
Okay. Miss Siri, we are scheduled to start in another sometime from now. So
Okay.
the guests will be coming in and we'll begin. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just look at the guests and come. Yeah. Just.
Okay, fine. You'll tell me, right?
Yeah, I'm going now. I'll be going to another session and I'll be bringing them. So they'll be here in another 60 seconds.
Okay.
So yes.
What's happening?
Naman?
Okay.
Okay.
Siri is ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed. All have come.
Now, where are the guests? They are not
Sir,
visible on the screen.
they have come, sir. They have come, sir. Jeet Singh Mansur is there.
Okay.
Manoj Kumar. All have come, sir. Now we can start.
No, Mohan Katarki ji and Man is not visible on the screen here.
Satyajit, please ensure.
Yes, sir. We are
Whether
all.
all resource persons have joined.
Sir,
Yeah,
Sir is there, sir.
Prakash sir is there.
I think my profile is not available. It is not visible.
Naman?
It's okay, no problem.
Naman?
Siri, you can start now. Sir, shall we start? Allah.
See, 2 more resource persons are not visible on the screen.
They have to turn on their video, sir.
Yeah. Mohan Katarki sir has come.
Okay.
One more, Man.
Manoj Kumar Sinha sir also there. Okay.
No.
Jeet Singh Man also there, sir.
Sir, everyone is present, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
proceed. Please proceed.
And then you can start now.
Yeah.
Namaste. A very good afternoon to one and all present. I, Siri Vanelli, feel privileged and honored to be the MC of this technical session 2. Without any further delay, I request Dr. N. Satish Gowda sir to welcome the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you, Siri. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, and guests present at this August occasion. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed and erudite speakers who have taken time off their busy schedules to grace this event. This international virtual workshop aims at reaching out to the public to spread legal awareness and understanding about human rights, how it has been affected during the COVID-19 pandemic. The technical session 2 also has in store several renowned guests who have been invited to share their knowledge with all. Firstly, I would like to introduce and extend a gratitude to Sri Mohan Katarki sir, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, New Delhi, the chairperson for the technical session 2. Sir will be addressing the topic, human right to water during the pandemic. Water is essential to life and the nurture for all the lives. However, the availability of such basic necessity has been put into the question. We need of Bangalore City and University Law College express my hearty welcome to you, sir. We have with us Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, sir, Director, Indian Law Institute, New Delhi. Sir will be addressing protection of human rights, national perspective. I, on behalf we are also Professor M.R.K. V.M. Salgakar. I, on behalf of Bangalore City and University Law College, extend hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Santosh.
Speaker, Professor Dr. Jeet Singh Man, sir, Professor of Law, National Law University, New Delhi.
Satish, you are not audible.
Guests. I would also like to welcome all the law professors, undergraduate, postgraduate students, research scholars, and other guests present today. I hope this session will further improve our understanding on human rights and how to overcome and how to grow the pandemic, keeping human rights in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. We have our first speaker, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, sir, with us. Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha is the director of Indian Law Institute. He did doctorate in international law from Jawaharlal Nehru University, LLM from the University of Nottingham, and LLB from the University of Delhi. In 1998, he attended the 29th session of the International Institute of Human Rights in Strasbourg, France. His areas of specializations are human rights, constitution law, international law, and international institutions. He has published extensively in the field of international law, international relations, constitutional law, international human rights, humanitarian and refugees law in reputed national and international law journals. Sir was offered prestigious visiting professorship at the Royal Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, Lund, Sweden for 2004 and 5. Prior to joining the ILI, he was teaching at the West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences as the professor of law. Currently on leave, he also served the Indian Society of International Law as its director from 2006 to 9. In the year 2007, he has been elected as the Secretary of All India Law Teachers Congress and again re-elected in 2009, 11 and 13 for another 2-year term. He has been regularly delivering lectures at various institutions outside of the university, namely law colleges in India and abroad, UGC Academic Staff College Training Program of the ICRC, Training Program of Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Environment and Forest. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. And Sri Mohan Kartike sir, Professor Suresh, Professor M.R.K. Prasad, Professor Jeet Singh Man, and all colleagues present today. It's a great honor for me to address August gathering here on that human rights perspective, more on the constitution related. My focus of my talk will be more related with the right to health. Before I start, what I would like to bring before all of you that this particular situation, which began in the month of March 12th or 13th onwards, and after the declaration of complete lockdown on 25th of March by the government of India, that has changed a lot of things in India, and that has also opened up new issues and challenges before us. And most importantly, it's related with the right to health. And it brought before us an important question regarding our preparedness, whether we are prepared to handle this kind of situation, pandemic-like situation. And it posed number of questions which has been now almost like 3-4 months have passed. Things have started improving. If I start with the Indian Constitution, when we look into the Constitution, what we see, right to healthy life is recognized as an integral part of the right to life under the Indian Constitution. And the Constitution directs the state to improve public health, that is under the Article 47, and endeavor to promote and improve the environment under Article 48A. It also cast a fundamental duty on citizens to protect and improve the natural environment under the Article 51 AG. In addition to these Article 39 EF, then number of the other articles are there under the Indian Constitution, largely on the Part 4 of the Indian Constitution, which some way directly or indirectly talks about the right to health. To begin with the discussion, what is important, if we go by, and then we have series of important judgments delivered by the Supreme Court of India and also by the High Courts of the India regarding the public health system prevailing in Indian scenario. If we go back and look into the first important case, that gives us some important light. That is the Paschim Bang Khet Mazdoor Samiti versus State of West Bengal. This particular case, which was decided in the 1996, had we followed the direction of the Supreme Court of India or the principle, in that particular case, I'm sure we could have effectively handled the case, the challenge which has been posed today. The court in that particular case emphasized on the 4 important points. The first point, it says the state and the medical officers employed therein are duty bound to extend medical assistance for preserving human life. So all the medical employees or the state is a duty bound under the Constitution to provide medical assistance to persons whose life is affected due to some illness or something. That is the first important point which has been there. Then it goes further, and what it says, that is the important, that's another important point in that particular case. Primary health care centers shall be equipped. So in all these states, primary health care systems shall be equipped to deal with the medical emergency. So in the village, so what the problem is in village, if there is something, so primary healthcare systems should have minimum facilities to take care of the medical emergency, and then that can be referred to the on the big cities or for the for the treatment. But emergency cases have to be attended. So primary healthcare facilities must be available in the district level or in the panchayat level. That is the second. The third important point in this particular case, there is no justification on the part of the state, the lack of financial assistance, lack of financial conditions, and the state has failed to provide the medical facilities. So there is no justification. That is very important point in this particular case. There is no justification if a state says they don't have the financial capacity, they don't have financial resources to take care of the medical need of the people of the state. So that is so there is no justification for that. And then the last point, failure to give the medical treatment to the persons who need a medical treatment, that amounts to the violation of his fundamental rights. These 4 points are very important in which has been said by the court in the 1996. But what we see, there is a huge gap today in our ground reality. There's a wide gap between the rural and urban health facilities. If you compare in the rural and urban, and this can further be justified if I take you to the Supreme Court notice, like Sumoto Supreme Court has taken a case on the 12th June 2020. In the 12th June in 2020, that is related with the this is the reference, the proper treatment of COVID-19 patients and dignified handling of dead bodies in the hospital. So 12th June 2020, the Supreme Court took suo motu notice and issued the directions to the to the state governments regarding the medical facilities. And Supreme Court has taken note of the TV news, which has displayed in the India TV on the 10th of June. And there they displayed the conditions prevailing in various, particularly LNJP hospital in Delhi. The conditions which were prevailing in the LNJP hospital in Delhi on the 10th June 2020. So in the evening, India TV has telecasted that program and they captured. And court, by looking into that particular scene, it has compelled and that take note of the suo motu on the 12th. And if you read this 3-4 pages, direction is there, and court categorically mentioned the pathetic condition in the LNGP hospital, the pathetic conditions prevailing in the LNGP hospital. And the second aspect that we have to ponder, the patients, court also said the patients were running from pillars to posts to get admission in hospital. So if a condition of hospital in Delhi, and court makes an observation, and television also highlight the condition of the LNGP hospital, so you can imagine what will be the condition in the other parts of the countries. The people have to struggle still in Delhi to get admission for the treatment in the hospitals in Delhi. So there is in one hand, if I take you back to the case, Paschim Banga Khet Mazdoor case, where we have seen that a medical emergency has to be, admission is a fundamental right. And if failure of the treatment offered to the persons who need some kind of medical assistance, medical treatment, that amounts to the violation of fundamental rights under the Constitution. So even if we go back to the Constitution, which entered into force on the 26th January 1950. So if you look into the Constitution, so today we are more or less 70 years we have completed. The intention of the drafter of the Indian Constitution to make the directive principles of state policy as a non-justiciable rights, because to make these rights justiciable, what is important, even had they made it justiciable, things would have been different. To implement the rights which are mentioned under the Part 4 of the Constitution, it requires two important things. The first, program and policies, and second, resources. So lack of resources was one of the reasons, and that we see in almost everywhere, whether it's an Indian Constitution, whether it's a European Social Charter, whether it's other documents, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. If we look into all these national, sub-regional, and also the international level, what we find, non-justiciability is more or less focused in everywhere, domestically as well as the international level and regional level, because the implementation of the rights which are part of the Part 4 of the Constitution is more programmatic. It's a progressive realization of these rights. But as a citizens of the country, after 70 years, this argument is not justified. Today, if we say, after 70 years, it's still progress. State should have, now the time has come. State has to allocate sufficient budget for the medical facilities. State has to allocate adequate budget for the education. Health and education become two important areas, two concern of the human being, two concern of the individuals. If that is adequately addressed by the state regarding the education and health, I'm sure the major problems will be solved one by one. The focus of the state should be central government and state government should how to improve the health conditions, how to improve the health facilities in the state level, and how to improve the education. The two important areas which needs to be taken care. Now you come back to the another part which there are series of cases where Supreme Court has done about the recognition of the right to health as a fundamental rights, and that we can start with the Premanand Katara case, consumer. So I don't want to go all the cases which I discuss, I would like to avoid. I will not discuss about the cases, but the series of cases where right to health is linked with the right to life. And the same approach is everywhere. So right to life, right to health has been linked with the right to life in everywhere, whether it's a national court or other jurisdiction. Also, they have linked with the right to life, with the right to health, with the right to life. If we see this particular situation, it's not only the health issues, and it has affected the COVID-19 situation. It has affected largely unorganized sector. The one point which is very common and noticeable, the coronavirus doesn't discriminate. It's not rich and poor. So all are prone to be affected with the coronavirus or COVID-19. So there's no discrimination in the so you can't say, we have medical care, so it can come to the poor people, it can come to the rich people. Nobody has idea when he or she is going to be affected by the COVID-19. But rich people have resources, rich people have an opportunity to get the medical facilities, whereas the poor people, their life, and then the major blow to the unorganized people, those who are working in the unorganized sector because of lockdown. Once the lockdown was announced, it has affected their livelihood. Once the livelihood has been affected, people started going back to their own hometown and they started running out of the city because there is no job, and for every day they have to work. And since work has been stopped, it was very difficult for the large number of people to sustain in the city. They start moving back to their respective places. And what we have seen, there's no need of elaborating what happened in the particularly April and month of May. There are large number of people, they walked hundreds of miles to reach their hometown, and now they are reversing back. So they have gone back, and now they are reverse migration started taking place. Because once they reached by their hometown, then government has also unlocked, starting they were every unorganized sector, construction, companies, everything started functioning. So these people, they have worked and they have reached their hometown. They're reversing back in Delhi, Mumbai. If you see every day, a large number of people are returning back. So what is important today, we have to focus on when we talk about the human rights, we have to look onto the inclusive policies which must be centered around the poorest of the poor. The poor people must be focused on the entire developmental policies. Entire policies of the government must address the poor people first. If once we focus, because the coronavirus that led to the snatching of their job and livelihoods become very difficult. There's so thus there is a need to have a policy which can address unorganized sector in a very effective manner. One. Second, their social security is there. Social security system has to be strengthened. So people in such a situation, in this kind of crisis, there will be some kind of subsistence allowances or some kind of something. Pension scheme has to be strengthened for the poor people, and continuous support for the state. It's not only that people, those who are working in the unorganized sector, even on organized sectors, what we have been seeing, and maybe many people, you all are those who are in the university and colleges, school and colleges, we keep on hearing every day that university, first March onwards, they started cutting the salary of the teachers. We are fortunate, we are lucky that we are in the government system, so our salary has not been affected. But private university, so it's not, so coronavirus has not only touched on the health issue, but it has also touched upon on the livelihood issues. And what we see in number of places in the law colleges, particularly, I was telling one of my friends that we, like, regulatory body must look into, where teachers are not paid. In private law schools, they were getting very, nominal salary, and that salary has been also stopped. We keep on seeing that in newspapers, particularly in South and other places, a qualified person, they are working for the Manrega and other schemes, selling the wage. So there is, despite the request by the Prime Minister and Chief Minister that their salary should not be cut, job reduction is taking place in all the places, recruitment has been stopped. So we see there are a lot of challenges which have emerged during this particular crisis. So right to health is not only right to health, right to life has been affected, right to livelihood has been affected. So time has come that now, so we must learn a lesson from this particular crisis, that there are n number of judgments delivered by the Supreme Court of India. There is no dispute about that. There are a series of judgments delivered by the Supreme Court of India. There is ample guidelines are there. Court has clearly stated. But what happened is still these judgments become more like, academic discussion. So we discuss, we highlight the decision, but when it comes to the ground reality, the problems remain same. What it used to be, it has not changed anything. So there a time has come to revisit the entire facilities or infrastructure, and it has to address the points which I have identified. It has to address, it has to take note of the poor people, it has to take note of the social security system, it has to take note of the education system, it has to take note of the health system, it has to take note of the insurance and other aspects, so people can live at least minimum rights of the poor people, minimum rights of the every individual is guaranteed. So constitution is there, their cases is there, but in the national perspective, I feel there are a lot of challenges is there. And I hope that somehow National Human Rights Commission could have played very important role, but we don't know. But involvement of the National Human Rights Commission could have, because they have also power under Section 12B of the their Protection of Human Rights Act of 1993. The Human Rights Commission could have taken some action in this, or some direction could have issued to the state government. So both state National Human Rights Commission and the State Human Rights Commission could have played very important role regarding taking care of the people on time to time, issuing the direction. But some way we did not notice. I'm not sure how much actions they have taken, but we did not notice any action or any step has been taken by this statutory body. If statutory bodies with the constitutional bodies, if both played very important role, things would have improved. But I hope that at least we are discussing or debating about the COVID-19 situation. We started discussing about the right to health. And what I want to conclude, the human rights, which has been for many years, is in classification of human rights, that first generation human rights, second generation of human rights, third generation of human rights. So that debate also affected the implementation of human rights for many years, whether it's a national or international. However, that debate has been more or less settled now. The human rights cannot be bifurcated. Human rights are one, whether it's a right to health or whether it's a right to life, whether it's a personal liberty, all are interlinked, indivisible, integrated. So human rights is one unit. It cannot be bifurcated, which has been correctly pointed out in the Vienna Declaration of Human Rights of 1993 and other documents. So initial years, 45 onwards, what we say, we have divided human rights, but today we realize each human rights are important and all human rights are interlinked. And in that context, Article 21 is the mother of all human rights. If I put in that, Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is mother of all human rights. So human rights, which falls under the Part 4 of the Constitution and Part 3, it should not be seen as a non-justiciable. It has equal importance. So right to life will be denied if those rights, right to livelihood, right to adequate standard of living, right to clean water, right to environment, if just simply because it's a Part 4, then things will never achieve. So court, luckily, unfortunately, court in India look into more integrated approach or harmonious construction approach, which court has done from very beginning. It has not like, so court, particularly Indian courts are very progressively, they look, both are interrelated and things will change. So state has to also, so there's a there's a greater burden on the state. The state has to give equal importance to all the rights. And I hope that in coming years, the allocation, the funding by the central government, by the allocation by the state government will be much on the economic, social and cultural rights that will take education, health, social security and other aspects, and right to work will be taken care. With this, I thank Sureshji and Professor Mohan Kartiki for giving me a chance to share my thought, whatever I feel I discussed with you regarding national perspective, regarding human rights and national perspective. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very informative session. The second speaker for today, we have Dr. M.R.K. Prasad, sir. Dr. Prasad is a leading expert in clinical education in India. He is the first recipient of Vanderbilt Fulbright Scholarship in clinical legal education. He joined V.M. Salgorkar College of Law in the year 1996. Dr. Prasad completed his graduation in BA Economics from Nagarjuna University, LLM from Vanderbilt University, Nashville, USA, and PhD from the Goa University. He is a member of several international organizations such as Global Alliance for Justice, Education, South Asian Forum of Clinical Law Teachers. Currently, he is a member of Goa State Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Sir is a member to develop e-content on access to justice for University Grants Commission project on e-Pathashala for postgraduate courses in law. He also contributed to course content for School of Law, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and UGC. He has published several scholarly articles and essays in leading law journals, including Clinical Law Review, Journal of India Law Institute, Annual Several of Indian Law, and Delhi Law Review. Today, he will be addressing on the topic Role of Law Schools and its Clinics during COVID-19. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. You could have cut short that and just say I'm a professor of law. That would have been sufficient. Anyway, thank you for that. Good afternoon to everyone, and I have a PowerPoint presentation, so give me a second to share my screen. And as she told, I would be presenting on the human rights and role of law schools during the COVID situation. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So unlike the other panelists, my task is very cut short, and I have to focus purely on what the law schools are supposed to do during the COVID, and particularly the clinics. Now, first, let us understand the people who are in need of help. Of course, I made few, but in fact, everybody is in need of help during the COVID situation. The general public, because of the lockdown, we have seen the maladies of lockdown, how general public was affected. The migrants, the most affected people, at least in India, is the migrants. People were asked to walk hundreds of kilometers without any basic facilities. The tourists were stranded in many places. Students were stranded because some of the universities could not take decision in time to send them back home. And the pilgrims, foreigners, business people, women, particularly because of the domestic violence, how they were affected. We all heard so many stories, read so many stories, watched in the TV. But if you look at some pattern, mostly the COVID situation is more worse in urban areas compared to the villages. Maybe because of the reason of urbanization and migration is one of the two dominant reasons why COVID was affected them. If you look at some of the facts, it says by 21st century, urban regions have become home for more than half of the world population. And the estimation is by 2050, 2/3 of the population would be in the cities. So therefore, rural to urban migration is a key driver for urbanization. And also please remember that the migration being a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(de), you cannot stop people moving from one place to another place. And few more facts, if you look at the economic survey, what does it say for us? There is 9 million people every year migrate in India. That is, we are talking about interstate migration. And total migrants we have now 139 million, that is almost 14 crores. So to understand how this migration moves from one place to another place, one state to another state, mostly it is UP, Bihar, MP, Punjab, Rajasthan. These are the states from where people migrate. And the major destinations are Delhi, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat. You could see how the migration population and their problem during COVID is much more felt by these states because of this. So, of course, these are some of the reasons why we move to cities: employment opportunities, education, entertainment, amenities, better life, etc. Now, but unfortunately, what happens is our cities discriminate the people, particularly the poor and migrants, and such discrimination is much more worse in COVID situation. I take few examples. One is that Municipal Corporation of Ahmedabad constructed a more than half a kilometer wall so that when Trump visited India, that he should not see the poor people. And same thing happened in many times when VIPs comes, all the beggars and poor people were shunted out. So what does we do with that? We invisibilize the poor and migrants. That means we need migrants and poor for every aspect of our life, whether it is education institution, malls, whether it is cinema theaters, hospital construction, airports, everywhere. We need migrants, we need poor because they have to work. But unfortunately, we don't want to recognize the spaces where they live in, particularly their colonies, slums, and streets where they stay. Now, the COVID situation has brought a lot of issues, particularly for these people who are living in the slums, people living in the streets. Okay, and I need not talk about the migrants exodus. Now let us look at what the lockdown has done. Now, in the evening 8 o'clock, the lockdown announcement was made, and the lockdown would be from the midnight 12 o'clock. That means we were given hardly 4 hours, that is between 8 to 12, where nothing can be done. And we have not considered the 14 crore migration population when we are doing this. And it's not only the migration, it is the entire 1.3 billion people who are under the lockdown with one notice. Within 4 hours, everything has to be shut down. Now, as a result, we have seen restrictions on movement to restrict COVID. And we had a problem with socializing. We have problem of employment, education, entertainment, basic amenities like food, shelter, health, dignity. All these issues are linked with the lockdown. If you see most of the other countries, at least minimum 5 days time was given before they impose the lockdown. Whatever the reasons, I'm not criticizing the government for doing it. Government may have its own reasons why all of a sudden such a lockdown was imposed. But I'm talking about the impact of such lockdown on the normal behavior and normal life of us. So all these food, shelter, health, food is a problem not only for the migrants and poor, but even to the middle class family, because most of them has not stored the food. For first few days, they were not allowed us to go out. And what happened because of that countrywide curfew? For the first time, police were in command for on entire your life. Every aspect of your life is controlled by the police. So a legitimacy was given to the police, and police excess were shown as heroics of the police to stop spreading of the COVID without considering the problems of common person. Now, it has a lot of impact on each person. For example, prisoners. why I'm talking about the prisoners in the beginning is I think we may not have anybody speaking on that. It's the government's moral and legal obligation to look at the well-being of the prisoners in a jail, because they are already punished by the court by sending to the prison. Therefore, they are not coming to the prison for punishment. Going to the prison itself is a punishment. And what are the rights that are violated for the prisoners is a right to life, right to not to expose to the COVID is another issue. And if you are not allowing, if you are not providing basic amenities to avoid the COVID, it is an additional punishment being in the jail that you would get contact with the COVID. And we also have a problem with social distancing in the prisons. And as a result, there was a demand that the prisoners should be released. If they are not convicted, they are only detainees expecting the trial. They may be released on the bail, but if they are already convicted, they should be released on parole, etc. So these are the issues that who would take care, because everything is locked down. Now, who is going to go to the court? And court is also under lockdown. So that's an issue. So, and also if there is a deliberate indifference by the government for not providing amenities is also an issue in prison. Similarly, all your leisure things have gone. Social welfare is hit because the lockdown. How do you go and collect your ration? Though it was said that the ration would be given door delivered, but I know Goa is one of the better state in the country, but still we have several issues of providing the ration. And particularly these migrants and people who are on pilgrimage, who are on tourists, they don't have ration cards here. There is no chance of them getting rations. And we also have problems of privacy. The privacy problems are like, initially the government is insisting that all the government employees, teachers, everybody should necessarily download Arogya Setu app. And we have seen some of the apps were automatically downloaded to your mobile phones, and information was collected by door-to-door campaigning. At least in Goa, they have done. The health workers have come to each door and collected the phone numbers, names, other information, whether they have any symptoms of COVID, etc. So there is a lot of issues regarding privacy, and also there are some new apps were developed to find out whether anybody is close to you, whether they are affected with the COVID, etc. So for the information that they have collected for the tracing, tracking, etc., is a probably violation of privacy rights for us. There are many political rights were suppressed. For example, elections could not be taken place in many states. It was stopped. The speech and expression is another of human right violation on the name of spreading lies, etc. Cases were filed against the people. And if you look at the environment, there are major environmental clearances were given by several projects without proper scrutiny and no public meetings, because that cannot be done during COVID. And people have economic difficulties, as Sinhasar has already told, that their people were losing their jobs, they are not paying the money, etc. If you look at what the government, what the Prime Minister says, what Chief Minister says, that not to reduce or not to remove them from the jobs. But if you see some of the state governments, they have reduced 50% of the salaries of most of the government employees. So what you can expect from a private. So in this area, for example, when the lockdown was imposed, the Prime Minister openly requested all the landlords not to evict the tenants, requested all the private employers not to terminate their contract employment. But this is an assurance coming from the top. But where is the assurance at the ground level? There is no municipality nor an MLA, or maybe the ministers of local should stand up and try to protect those kind of rights. Nothing happened. And worst is the access to justice, approaching to the court itself becoming an issue. And we all know how the Supreme Court has turned blind eye towards the problems of migrant. Only after so many lawyers has brought into the notice the Supreme Court could entertain. So therefore, of course, these are few more on, we don't have public transport. We have to rely on private transport. That means only people have private transport could attend the duties. For example, in Goa, the colleges were open from April 21st. And the faculty were asked to compulsorily attend from 1st of June. So we were all attending, but there is no private public transport available. And the government says that is not their headache. If there is no public transport, but you have to come on your own. If you don't have private transport, that would be considered as a leave. And then we have the police excess, domestic violence against the women is increased because the men at home for two months can't go out. Quarantine has many stories to be told. In addition to that, there are several private restrictions have come. For example, if you are living in a gated community, your gated community doesn't allow your friends to visit your flat. There may be no such restriction imposed by the government, but your housing society impose such restrictions. We have a problem with agriculture and also transport. So, so what is our response? Our response particularly to the migrant is we don't have any data, we don't have any documentation, no proper rehabilitation center. And there are many other problems that we faced. Now, because of this, what happened because of pandemic situation, everybody becomes a judge. For example, if you see how, if somebody breaking the rules of lockdown, how the police is giving punishments. So he becomes the prosecutor, he becomes the investigating officer, he becomes the judge, and he becomes the executor. And in fact, in Madhya Pradesh, the workers who are walking back to their home were caught by the police and written on their forehead that these are the violators. So look at the number of violations, human rights violations in this. So therefore, what the question is what the law school clinics can do in this. That means we have a large scale violation of human rights and people are locked down. People are not allowed to move. We cannot even protest in the streets. So what we can do as a law school clinics? First of all, law school clinics are not allowed to operate. That's another problem. So therefore, the students has to operate from their home. So these are some of the activities that I thought the law school clinics could do. The first one is compilation. Now, if I am not mistaken, there are more than 4,000 orders were issued in the month of March and April by the government, different departments. So nobody knows what is the rule and why to go that. Even all of us teachers know, first we don't know how to conduct whether examinations, whether physical examination or online examination. UGC came up with certain guidelines. We followed those guidelines and issued orders. Then immediately Bar Council came with another set of guidelines. Again, we changed. Now again, the UGC is coming up with has come up already with new guidelines, and we don't know how many guidelines are going to come. So that means there is a number of orders that were issued, makes the things complicated. Therefore, one of the tasks that the law school clinics can do is compile them, make them simplify, and try to identify department-wise guidelines and give it to the people so that the people could understand it. The second thing that that we can do is awareness and education. Awareness of COVID, awareness and educate the people about the COVID, what are the do's and don'ts, because if you see, we have this great university of WhatsApp. This WhatsApp university gives so many informations to us. Most of them are fake. Therefore, you don't know a simple thing. If you get a COVID kind of symptoms, whom to call, where to go. This is a simple thing that the law school students can do. Third one I'm looking at is registration. That is, people who wanted to visit or go to other states, they need to be registered online, get e-passes, etc. there is a dearth of for the workers doing on this. So this is where the government can use law students for this purpose, which can be carried out from the homes of the students. Only what they need is a laptop and required a good internet connection. So similarly, migrant registration could have been handled by the students well. If a migrant wanted to go home, how to register, how to get a pass, how do you get a berth in a train, or when the train starts, what kind of facilities are given, these kind of informations that the students could be able to give. And similarly, the law students and the law school clinics could also support the authorities. A lot of government authorities are working under stress. They require a lot of support. For example, data entry, maybe dissemination of information, developing new apps, etc. So these are the things that the students could able to do it. Then another thing is assessing and reporting. Assessing and reporting is basically the law school students can think of any order that is issued by the government, how far it is implemented, assess and report to the government for proper implementation. Similarly, we could also, law schools could also look into the policy guidance. That is, say for example, tomorrow you are all law colleges are asked to conduct examination. How do you conduct examination? What are the guidance that each law college require? So a policy guidance on health, policy guidance on the social distancing, policy guidance on several issues the students may able to provide. The another thing that we could run is a consultancy. Particularly the consultancy is required because many people lost their jobs, many people were evicted from the houses, etc. So, and many people are, many small scale industries or businesses are gone bankrupt. So all these people could have the law schools could provide consultancy for them. Public interest litigation, I need not much stress on that, but the law students could also file public interest litigations looking at the violations during the pandemic. And the ninth one, the Interstate Law Clinic Faculty Task Force. This is a very, very important thing. For example, if you have a problem in, say, for example, I am from Goa, maybe some Goan people stranded in Karnataka, they wanted to come to Goa. So if they approached a law school clinic in Bangalore, the Bangalore clinic could ask Salgaonkar Law College Clinic to help them getting e-passes. We tried that. Some people who stranded in Goa coming from Andhra Pradesh, we are able to contact from Andhra and able to get their e-passes, and we able to send them. So the interlinkage between law clinics in different states and different and also faculty members would be a very interesting idea that we should think about even for future. So any online support the student should be able to provide. Similarly, maybe provide helpline for, of course, it requires a money and a hotline dedicated for that. A helpline can be given on all domestic issues or maybe other legal issues. So we could also use WhatsApp messages to disseminate the information. And 13th is most important, the SOPs, that is standard operating procedures for safety measures in each department. Suppose they are police, how the police should, what kind of standard operating procedures they should follow for the safety, how colleges should follow, how we would allow them to enter people, what kind of things that we should take care of, all those things. And the last one, that 14th one, is the research. It's very, very important that we do a complete research on the impact of COVID on the people, on the legal point of view. How do we going to address? But what are the challenges that we have in doing this? The first challenge that we have is safety of our own students, the students who are working in the clinic, faculty who are working in the clinic. And second thing is, how do we make them to maintain social distancing? That is a very important thing. And the third one is, we should have very realistic goals. We should understand that the students have limitations, faculty have limitations. There are certain things that not in your hand. For example, you may help in registering the people wanted to go, but ultimately whether the pass you can be issued or not, it is depending upon the government. There you don't have any control. Similarly, how much time the students can spend, the faculty could spend, because they also have their examinations and other things. The most important thing is that the physical mobility. That means whether the law students who are working in the clinic will be able to move. Of course, now the situation has improved. There is no much restrictions on mobility, but still we need to look at if we are going to move into the restricted areas, whether we get permission from the government or not is another thing. And the last one, what I would like to say is this kind of activity we cannot say, we cannot impose as a mandatory requirement. It should be left to the students that if they are ready to volunteer, they can able to do it. But ultimately, please remember, though I had a bad experience in Goa because we were knocking to the government, we were knocking to the legal service authority, but they have not allowed us to work. So during the COVID, though there is a lot of things that we could have done as a law students, unfortunately we could not do it because the restrictions on us. So the same may apply to many. Of course, the students did a bit of providing some ration and all, that is on their personal front. But actually involving with the government and extending these services at a large scale is not possible because of several restrictions I have. So I think that's it I want to say, and I thank you to everyone for listening. I'll be happy to take any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an enlightening experience for us, and you gave us many ideas in which we as law students can help the society too. The questions will be taken up at the end, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have our third speaker for today, Professor Dr. Jeet Singh Man.
Siri, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Suresh sir had something to say.
Okay.
One second. Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
No, just I asked her to request the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Shall I proceed, sir?
Yes, Siri, you may.
Dr. Jeet Singh has completed his LLM from Faculty of Law, Jodhpur University, Rajasthan in the year 1996, and MBA from HR National Institute of Personal Management and PhD from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Gujarat. Sir has been the director of Center for Transparency and Accountability in Governance, NULD. He has so far published 5 international and 65 national research papers. Sir has given special lectures on different topics at more than 175 conferences. His major topics were on labor law, administrative law, RTI, legal research and legal education, including teaching learning methodology at BPST, Lok Sabha, Parliament of India, etc. He has also given lectures at international programs for more than 30 times. Today, Sir will be addressing on the topic Human Rights of Labor During Pandemic. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, it's okay now. Very good afternoon, friends. I'm J.S. Man. I'm a teacher and a passion for legal research and legal education. And I'm really grateful to Professor Sudesh, Professor Suresh, and Satish Gowda for giving me this opportunity to interact with you as a student of labor law, as a researcher of labor law, to have some dimensions and the facets of labor law, to understand various dimensions of human rights of workers under labor law in India. And there is a disclaimer. See, whatever is discussed, that is personal opinion of the researcher, of the teacher, and it has nothing to do with any other institution or maybe any individual. So what is labor law? And what are the rights which are available to workers? How far the rights are really available to these workers? And how to take care of the workers' rights, especially during COVID-19. So this is the scheme of my discussion. And after completion of this discussion, I would like to be part of any interaction. I love to entertain questions, and I really learn through interaction and discussion. So what is a labor law? Basically, labor law is an employment law. It is also called as industrial law or service law in some of the countries. And labor law is a part of private as well as public law. When it comes to the interaction between the employer and employee, it becomes a part of private law. And when that specific relationship is regulated by the state, it becomes part of public law. So fundamentally, employment law is a contractual relationship between employer and employee. And this is regulated by stakeholder, third stakeholder, that is the state. That's the most important stakeholder of labor law. So this regulator, which is supposed to protect the interest of workers, is not doing enough, especially during COVID-19 and during LPG. So what is happening? The workers are not getting those rights which are provided to them under various statutory provisions. And state is supposed to facilitate, it's not facilitating that specific protection. Now, what is expected and what is the starting point of the labor law? The state is supposed to protect interest of workers, but it is not doing it because of various considerations, because of various issues. And one of the issues is sustainable development. We want development at any cost. We want development at the cost of compromising workers' rights. And when it comes to the application of labor law, see, labor law has been extended to those people who are covered under contract of employment. If a person is not covered under contract of employment, there is no possibility of getting any rights to such person. And India has not followed universal application of labor laws. So labor laws by and large are confined to some selective workers, not to all the workers. And there is a requirement of wage, salary limit, workers requirement. Like in case of ESI, there is salary limit of 21,000 rupees. Number of workers required to be employed, 10. Similarly, in case of EPF, employment standing orders, and so on. There are so many statutory provisions. So in India, we have not followed universalization of labor laws, except in case of minimum wages, where minimum wages has been extended to all the workers under that wage code 2019. Otherwise, benefits are extended to only selective workers, not to all the workers. And the certain rights which are available to workers under Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution, I think, are well known to everyone. And concurrent labor law is a part of concurrent list, where state government as well as central government can legislate, can take care of workers' rights. Basically, most of the labor laws are covered under the specific category where labor laws are enacted by the central government and administered by the state government. So this is one of the difficulties in case of labor laws. Now, next issue is, why do you require labor laws? See, in India, there is no dearth of labor laws. We have more than 100 labor laws when it comes to central legislations, more than 200 labor laws in case of state legislations. But why do you require labor laws in India when it comes to protection of workers' interest? We require labor laws to protect workers' interests because workers are not in a position to bargain for better terms and conditions. And because of this fundamental reason, we require the state as a stakeholder to improve the bargaining capacity of the workers through statutory instruments. And this is happening since 1991, where that bargaining capacity has been diluted. Before 1991, things were very, very different. State was supposed to regulate and facilitate workers. Now, what is happening? The state is facilitating trade and business. So can we protect workers' rights by compromising statutory the requirements under various statutory laws, labor laws? So this is not happening when it comes to LPG, liberalization introduced after 1991. I have done some research on retrenchment before 1991 and retrenchment after 1991. Before 1991, the Supreme Court did not take into consideration the nature of employment, duration of employment, and other irrelevant factors. But after 1991, Supreme Court, in most of the cases, ignoring the fundamental principles laid down by the Supreme Court before 1991. Now, Supreme Court has also taken into consideration nature of employment. If nature of employment is temporary or maybe contractual or maybe part-time, then there is no possibility of reinstatement in case of retrench worker. Similarly, in case of disablement compensation. See, if someone is not in a position to perform that specific assignment or duty which was being performed by the person at the time of accident, then he is entitled to that permanent total disablement. It is the capacity, the physical capacity which has incapacitated the person from the employment. So that is only that was only criteria. But what is happening now? The Supreme Court is taking into consideration the rehabilitation requirements. Supreme Court is taking into consideration other requirements which are not related to earning capacity. In case there is a physical loss, but there is no loss of earning capacity, the person would not be entitled to such compensation, or the person or the worker would be entitled to compensation at a reduced rate. This is happening because of various reasons, because of liberalization. See, there is no change in the policy, but there is a change in the approach of the state as well as of the judiciary in protecting workers' interests. And when it comes to unorganized sector workers, they are the force which has been affected by the dilution of workers' rights. Now, what are the rights which are available to workers? And before that, should the contract of employment or should the protection be regulated by the market forces? Now, what is happening? During COVID-19, some of the states have relaxed the requirements of protection to workers. ID Act has not been made applicable. There are so many changes which have been introduced. Working hours have been enhanced because of these considerations. So my humble question is whether the state should not intervene to protect workers' rights, number one, whether the production relationship between the stakeholders, the employer and employee, should be left to the market forces, should be left to the mercy of market forces. And if you take into consideration all these parameters, you will come to the conclusion that workers are hardly recognized as the stakeholders of labor law nowadays. When we talk about hire fire rules, contractualization of workers, migrant workers, construction workers, there's so many issues. And the real issue is the labor law in theory is very, very different from labor law in practice, because state is diluting various norms. State is also not so serious about inspection, the function performed by the state, by the labor commissioners or other commissioners. Now, what are the rights which are provided to workers under labor laws? See, number one is right to protection. Workers require some protection under various statutory instruments. The workers require protection from exploitation at the hands of the profit-seeking exploiters. So that is the real problem. So do you think that the workers can grow by this exploitation? When workers' rights with respect to minimum wages can be protected by diluting minimum wages? We have so many statutory instruments like Industrial Disputes Act. Industrial Disputes Act provides for compensation, certain protections which are available to workmen only, because this act is applicable to a workman. All employees are not workmen, but a workman is an employee for the purpose of Industrial Disputes Act. Right to form association. We know right to form association and Article 19(1) C has been recognized as a part of integral part of fundamental right, part 3. But how far the right is really available, where there is no obligation upon the employer to recognize a trade union, and there is a lot of problem with respect to multiplicity of trade unions. So rights are available. In case of minimum wages has been recognized as an integral part of Article 23. Supreme Court in 1982 judgment, Asian Games judgment, there are so many judgments recognizing these rights. But how far these rights are really available? And in case the rights are not available, then what is the remedy available to aggrieved worker? See, there is no protection which is available to Minimum Wages Act 1948 or that Code on Wages that 2019 in case certain grievances are raised against the employer. And similar protections are not available to workers in any case. So this is the only problem. The workers hardly go against the employer, and employer is in a better position to bargain better terms and conditions. Similarly, minimum wages, payment of wages, then Employees Compensation Act, Maternity Benefits Act. There are a whole lot of statutory instruments recognizing, protecting workers' interests in case of Maternity Benefits Act. where that maternity benefit period was extended from 12 weeks to 26 weeks. But half of these benefits are really are available to workers. It has been considered as counterproductive. Now employers by and large are not interested to employ female workers because of their specific durations or specific restrictions. So these are the issues which are required to be examined by all the researchers, and we hardly do empirical research. By and large, we do that paper research or secondary research, we call it. We examine statutory provisions, we examine the judgments of Supreme Court, we also examine House of Lords judgment and other judgments. But the real problem is how far the benefits or the protections which are available to workers are really available in real practice. So that is also required to be examined by the researcher in order to understand the real character of these rights which are available. Number two right, that is right to social justice. Industrial democracy has recognized all the stakeholders are equal partner. There is no discrimination between male and female worker when it comes to employment, when it comes to wages. But in real practice, it is very, very different. You go to any construction site, you would come to know the real ground reality when it comes to wages to male and female worker. And the terms and conditions of employment for female workers would be very different from male workers. Profit sharing in the form of bonus, gratuity, recognition of trade unions, then participation of workers in the management of industry. So these are the instruments which provide for access to social justice, which provide for right to social justice to workers. Next right is with respect to right to welfare. See, workers are entitled to certain welfare measures in order to improve their working capacity and enhance their efficiency. And these are statutory, voluntary, or otherwise rights which are provided by Factories Act, Migrant Workers Act, Building and Construction Workers Act, contract. There are so many statutory provisions providing welfare measures. Next is right to health. Right to health, especially in case of hazardous and non-hazardous activities. It all started after this Bhopal gas tragedy, 1984. Many changes have been introduced thereafter. Strict working conditions have been laid down, and safety norms have been devised by the Factories Act 1948. We have so many special statutory instruments recognizing right to health as well as right to safety in case of hazardous and non-hazardous activities. And then the next is right to social security. See, workers are entitled to certain rights in case of contingency. Contingency may be related to disablement, may be related to retirement, may be related to maternity benefits or otherwise. So we can classify the specific right into two categories. Number one is social security assistance. Assistance means where the beneficiary is not required to contribute. And for that purpose, we have Employees Compensation Act, Payment of Gratuity Act, and Maternity Benefits Act. Manrega is also part of that non-contributory scheme. And the second category is social insurance scheme, where a beneficiary is supposed to contribute to the benefit. And for that purpose, India has enacted ESI, that is Employees State Insurance Act of 1948, Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952. We have that Unorganized Workers Social Security Act of 2008. So these are social security schemes where that beneficiary is expected to contribute. We have a specific rate of contribution. There's a salary limit in each case, and there's a wage limit also. And then all these benefits are really being extended to organized sector workers, but the benefits are hardly available to unorganized sector workers, where more than 80% of total workforce is engaged in India. So that is a serious problem when it comes to protection of workers, friends. Now we have so many rights in one or the other forms, but the rights are not really available. This is my observation, because I have been visiting various construction sites, various industrial establishments for the purpose of conducting empirical researches. I have also visited various labor courts, where labor courts have been created to take care of a speedy and economical access to justice. But if you visit any labor court, and labor court is supposed to perform informal function, labor courts by and large are performing that formal function. Most of the labor courts are presided over by serving or retired judges. That is not expected. So this is happening. This is affecting that speedy access to or economical access to justice in 21st century. Now there are certain issues which are also required to be examined by all the researchers. Number one is contractualization. Contractualization of workforce, which denies long-term benefits. And most of the industrial establishment, including the state governments or central government, workers are engaged on contractual basis, tenure basis, and because of that engagement, workers are denied long-term benefits like gratuity is not available to them. And there is a change. There is an amendment in the Industrial Employment Standing Orders Act 1946 where fixed term tenure has been introduced in order to deny the long-term benefits to workers. So this contractualization has really affected workers' rights at large. Now, when it comes to that protection of contractual workers by the contractor and by the principal employer, there's a whole lot of problem because burden is shifted to principal employer in most of the cases when the benefits are not paid by the independent contractor. And because of this arrangement made by independent contractor and the principal employer, workers' rights are being diluted and they are not getting all the benefits in case of social security, in case of that workers' association, minimum wages or otherwise. So number two, weak workers' association. There is no dearth of workers' association. There is no dearth of trade unions. But the trade unions by and large are very, very weak in case of funding. There is a multiplicity of trade unions. So trade unions are really not in a position to protect workers' interests, not in a position to bargain for better terms and conditions of employment for workers. And if you conduct some research, the data is available in the public domain, you would find that most of the trade unions, Federation of Trade Unions, are affiliated to one or the other political parties. And because of that, they're hardly devoted to the protection of workers' interests. Now, state is again very weak to protect workers' interests in the current scenario. State is facilitating that kind of exploitation because of development. We want development. So do you think sustainable development can happen at the cost of exploitation of workers by compromising certain fundamental protection or certain rights of workers? I think according to my understanding, it is not at all possible. If you want to grow, if you want to develop as a nation, competent nation with the sound and strong manpower, devoted and committed to the causes of the nation, then we must protect workers' rights. Workers must be associated with some specific association of that specific trade, specific craft, or the specific industrial establishment. Then they would be in a better position to bargain. Skill advancement, I think, when it comes to manual workers are not in a position to bargain for better terms and conditions because of the gap between demand and supply, and they compromise with that the protection. But when it comes to skilled worker, highly skilled worker, because of their skills, they are in a better position to bargain for better terms and conditions of employment. So we should go for skill development, advanced skill development, and we should try to improve their skills by empowering them, by supporting them. Then there is a possibility of protection of all these rights to worker. And once again, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to have a wonderful interaction and discussion. I'm looking forward to your questions, to your arguments. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll take up the questions at the end. Now we have our fourth speaker, the chairperson of the session, Mohan Kataki sir. Mohan P. Kataki sir is a senior advocate in the Supreme Court of India. At present, he is a member of the advisory board, Karnataka State Law University. Mr. Kataki developed a specialized practice in interstate water law concerning sharing or allocation of waters between the states in the interstate river and river valley. He has also presented papers at various national and international conferences and seminars, including Regional Conference on Water Resources at Teslik, Bonsia, and Herzegovina 2001, International Water Law Conference at Colorado Law School, Balda, USA in 2002, and the Interstate and International Water Dispute Seminar conducted by the West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences, Kolkata. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. May I at the outset thank the University College of Law, Bangalore for giving me an honor to preside over this important function. When three academicians of eminence have spoken, I don't think anything more can be contributed by a practicing advocate. But having taken up the responsibility of presiding over, I would like to proceed and complete a small task assigned to me, that is human right to water during pandemic. Friends, we all know that pandemic and the unprecedented fallout from the pandemic has undoubtedly affected access to drinking water. The long lockdown or stay at home, which has already crossed 100 days is the immediate cause for inaccessibility of water, particularly the drinking water. Even among those living in the places where lockdown has been relaxed or whose movement is permitted, the access to water is not fully normal due to stringent requirement of social distancing policies. The deadly coronavirus is highly contagious. There's no doubt about that. So far, we are advised to believe that transmission of virus is only by direct human contact, which comes by sneezing, coughing, or release of virus while talking. But the World Health Organization has recently warned that the transmission of virus could be also airborne. The small droplets or aerosols are suspected to be carriers of virus. The medical advisory, which is to be taken seriously, has not helped the people in going out of the house. The dangerous level of contagiousity of the virus has forced common man to wonder whether water could be the carrier of virus also. There are some studies which show that virus could transmit or could be contagious through the medium of water. They say if the water is at a temperature of 23 degrees centigrade, there is no danger. But if the water is less than 4 degrees centigrade, it is possible that virus may act as a carrier of, water may act as carrier of virus. At the moment, we're in a summer in India, or most of the part of the world except in Australia. So we need not much worry about it. Now, how does this pandemic affect the right to water? It affects right to water in various ways. Due to pandemic, due to lockdown conditions, due to restrictions of social distancing, people who are to travel, who are to go to wells to pick up water are unable to do that. You must have heard in Rajasthan, woman travels, walks down nearly 3 to 4 kilometers to fetch her drinking water. Now, due to the lockdown, due to the social distancing policy, this is not possible for a woman to do. As a result, the right to drinking water, which the family needs, is not possible to be met with because neither man nor woman in the family is able to go and get it. In these circumstances, the questions are being asked how to go about. The foreign policy a prestigious magazine very rightly put it like this: who is responsible to supply water to the water deprived sections of the people during pandemic? Inequality in water access worldwide will shape the course of pandemic. It must also be a priority. Sorry. It must also be a priority in post-coronavirus pandemic reconstruction. The media has reported several disruption of water supplies in cities in India. Agra witnessed serious disruption of water due to the pandemic because the persons who man the water supplies were not able to attend the duties. Even if they attend, due to the social distancing policies, they were not able to effectively work. So in this fashion, the lockdown and the resulting social distancing policies have affected the right of the people to drinking water. The human right to drinking water is not really a question. The question is how that right has been deprived during this pandemic situation. And as I have told you, this arises from the lockdown conditions and the social distancing policies. Therefore, the question arises, if people are not able to move out and get the water, who should make that water available to them? Whose responsibility it is? Is it the responsibility of the government to supply water? Yes, of course. The government has been supplying food to the poor people who have lost their jobs, who have no means of income to meet their food. When thousands of or millions of workers wanted to go back home, Supreme Court intervened and directed for free travel. Most importantly, Supreme Court also said supply free food. Why did it say so? It said so because in these conditions of pandemic, when people are completely incapacitated from earning their livelihood, it is the responsibility of the state to provide the food. That responsibility or an affirmative duty is read into Article 21 of the Constitution of India. If it is the affirmative duty of the state to provide food, it equally follows it is the affirmative duty of the state to provide drinking water facilities, access to water. The drinking water as a human right has already been recognized. Though International Convention of Socio-Economic Rights in 1966 did not specifically spell out right to water as a human right, but it was implicit in several rights, namely right to food and right to life. Later in 2010, United Nations General Assembly made it clear in its declaration, in its historic declaration, that right to access to water, particularly for drinking and sanitation, is a human right. Back home in the country, the Constitution of India and Article 21 guarantees right to liberty and right to life. Supreme Court of India has interpreted right to life include right to sustenance of life. If something is required for sustaining the life, that is a fundamental right. So if the food is required, the water is required, that is a part of the right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution. More importantly, these socio-economic rights are not the freedoms only. They are also the claims against the state. That means they are the positive rights. If they are only the negative rights, There's nothing big about it. That means people have the freedom. Right to food, right to freedom to eat food takes you nowhere. You eat, you have the freedom. But right to food as a claim against the state, or right to water as a claim against the state, means state is under an obligation, under an affirmative duty to supply that water. Under the Constitution, when the Supreme Court interpreted that people have a right to drinking water under Article 21 of the Constitution, it was really meant that state owes an obligation to supply food and water if the persons do not have the capacity to meet the food or water. Therefore, under the Indian Constitution, an obligation is cast upon the state, both center and the state governments, to provide adequate quantity of water, to provide adequate quantity of the food if the people are lacking these items. You all know that in this world, only 3% of the water is a fresh water. The remaining 97% of the water is in the sea. Even this 3% of the water, which is called a fresh water, of that, 1/3 is a groundwater and 1/3 is frozen in the ice. So what is left is actually 1% of the water. And this 1% of the water is again spread out in various basins. So access to water, even otherwise, is not an easy thing. It requires construction of dams. It requires water treatment facilities, and it requires conveyancing, so many other things to make the water accessible to people. All this can be achieved provided the state extends its helping hand. Therefore, to realize the right to water, even during normal times, it is very essential for the state to extend its helping hand. And this helping hand becomes more necessary, more important in the present pandemic situation where people are forced to sit at home because of the lockdown. Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha very beautifully explained the obligation of the state with regard to the health. People have a right to health, and the health being a claim against the state has to provide health facilities. He emphasized that it is the right time, after 70 years, that the state must address itself to the infrastructure in health conditions, make right to health a right which can be realized by the people at the short distance. Nobody can be told that rooms are not available in the hospital. Nobody should be deprived of health facilities within the accessible distance. So these are all the obligations which are cast upon the state to provide. Professor Prasad very neatly spelled out the role of the students in providing assistance to the people during the pandemic conditions. It's really heartening to know that the law schools have started clinics to help the students, to help the migrants in filling the forms and giving them advice necessary for their movements. if the law clinics across the country are interlinked, as I said, the law clinic in Goa and Bangalore are interlinked, it will be of great help. The law students carry a greater responsibilities in spreading the legal consciousness, and particularly in this situation, the legal consciousness of the rights of the people have to be made known. Professor Mann took great trouble in explaining to us the conditions of laborers or workmen during the pandemic conditions. Right to security of tenure, right to minimum wages, right to social securities are the important rights of workmen. But unfortunately, what we saw recently, the government of Uttar Pradesh decided to issue an ordinance suspending all the protections given by the labor laws to the workmen. I don't understand how the rights of workmen or the protections which they have been given in normal times should be withdrawn in the pandemic. On the contrary, these rights have to be strengthened. The obligation of the employer should be increased in the pandemic conditions. The laws are required. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the laws are required to strengthen the rights of employees. During the pandemic, when the lockdown was ordered, we saw a lot of migrants, workers migrating. Why did they migrate? The migration took place because of the fear that their employer may not pay the salaries or he may not re-employ them after the pandemic is over. It is this fear which forced them to migrate. If the legislation had been passed at the beginning of the lockdown, that no employee will be thrown out and no employee will be deprived of his salaries, perhaps it wouldn't have happened. I'm not suggesting that employers must pay the salaries even if they are in difficulties. Well, if the employers are in difficulties, it happens. All business are not doing well in the pandemic conditions. Then the government owes a duty to compensate the employers to the extent of the salaries of these poor people. Because the salaries of the poor people constitutes a minimum requirement for their life. It's not like the educated people who earn salaries, and if you cut 30% of the salaries, it is not going to make much difference. They may certainly feel about it, but still they can sustain their life. But poor people who live hand to mouth, even if you cut 20% of their salaries, it has an impact upon their quality of life, immediate impact upon their life. And if you do not give any salary, what they have to do? They'll have no choice but to migrate. And that's what happened. And that led to one of the greatest human tragedy we saw. Therefore, the state is supposed to step in more actively and protect the rights of laborers during pandemic. And this exercise, if it has not started, must now start, because still the pandemic is going to last long. This is not going to end in the next 3 months or 6 months. I think it may take at least 9 months or a year, because no vaccine is going to come in the near future, not at least till March 2021. If that is the case, it is still not too late for the center to issue an ordinance to protect the employees' rights and issue necessary instructions to the employer to make good their salaries and further create a fund so that the employer is compensated to the extent of whatever he meets towards the salary of the employees. In this pandemic situation, it is necessary to lay down Charter of Rights. Sometime at the beginning in the month of May, I had an occasion to deal with this, and I wrote an article which was published by the leaflet. The title was, it is in the leaflet in fact, COVID-19 Pandemic Charter of Rights. In my view, which is not exhaustive, I said, I had delineated 5 rights which are important rights during the pandemic. The first right is right against continued lockdown. The lockdown itself is a problem because if the lockdown continues in this fashion, putting everyone at home, more people will die because of hunger. To some extent, lockdown are necessary, particularly at the beginning, but at some time, we'll have to confront the lockdown and face the situation boldly as it comes. Secondly, the right to social distancing. As I already said, one of the main reason why the coronavirus is contagious is it spreads by human contacts. Therefore, it is suggested that there has to be a social distancing. Therefore, everyone has a right to social distancing. Third is right against hunger. Right against hunger is an important right because the poor, who constitute nearly 40% of the population in India, if they are not being able to earn their livelihood because of the closure of the industries or their place of work, then it is the duty of the government to provide food and provide water to these people. Next is right to treatment, that is right to health. The COVID being a disease which is not known much to the doctors even, it is necessary that the government takes upon the responsibility and trains the health workers to provide a proper treatment. Everyone has a right to treatment. If they have the right to treatment, then it is the duty of the government to provide a treatment and also to train the private doctors or health workers with regard to the way they have to handle the COVID patients. Then right to online education. In this pandemic situation, the schools are not functioning, the universities are not functioning. As a result, children face a serious situation of loss of an academic year. This loss of academic year is not just a simple loss. The loss would lead to several psychological problems. Therefore, an online education becomes the right of the children. Now the problem is, online education doesn't come free. It requires an infrastructure. The families require computer. internet connection. Therefore, again, the duty is cast upon the government, both at the center and the state level, to provide the facilities to the children so that they make use of the online education which the school provides, and by this process they continue their education and they will not lose their academic year. Friends, I thank you all for joining this webinar. I'm sure you enjoyed, and I had a good time in listening to three eminent academicians, and I thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take. So with this, I conclude my speech and I conclude this session, except to the extent of questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
We
you.
really enjoyed your session.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion and sharing the session and also making your presentation. I have one observation in connection with the role of human rights commissions, both the National Human Rights Commission as well as the state human rights commissions. In fact, it is in furtherance of observations made by Sri Manoj Kumar Sinha, as he has rightly pointed out that the NHRC as well as state human rights commissions are utterly failing in championing the cause of human rights, particularly the rights, the basic rights of the citizens, like right to medical care, right to decent burial, and also, of course, right to food, right to drinking water, as you have explained. In fact, the human rights commissions used to be very active. Even they used to take suo motu cognizance of the things. But unfortunately, now in these pandemic situations, they are seems to be very inactive. More particularly in the states, state human rights commissions have totally ignored the issue. As we have seen, state human rights commissions used to be very active, even in the situations like natural calamities like floods, famines, and all that. When the North Karnataka in Karnataka was affected due to floods and all, the State Human Rights Commission made a visit to the flood affected areas and in fact sensitized the government about the violation of the human rights and all that. But nothing such thing is seen in the present situation. So I think we need to bring it to the concerned authorities to do something and to play their role very actively. So I would like to know your opinion in this connection.
Yeah, thank you. The Human Rights Commission, both at the center and the state, are charged with the responsibility to protect the human rights of the citizens. After conducting an inquiry, if the inquiry finds that there is a large-scale violations of human rights, the Human Rights Commissions have necessary powers to issue directions to the government. But the thing is, the pandemic is a situation. The Disaster Management Authority under the Act has taken the responsibility of providing relief measures to the people. Probably the Human Rights Commission thinks that why do I step in and unnecessarily create a problem? But it's not only the question of providing relief to the people, which the Disaster Management Committee has been doing both at the center and the state level, and Supreme Court has interfered a couple of times and nudged the government. There are other issues which Human Rights Commission should consider. We have been hearing a lot of stories, a lot of tragic things that, in fact, one of the family near my flat in Delhi itself, in Noida, that the entire family got infected and 3 brothers died. And 2 ladies are still serious. There are situations where the only bread earner in the family dies, or both the parents die, and children are left like orphans. Therefore, it's necessary for the Human Rights Commission to look into these kind of micro violations, leaving the macro things for the management, disaster management committee, and to lay down certain guidelines, certain necessary actions to be taken in this kind of a situation. If I remember, when tsunami affected the coast in Tamil Nadu, the legal service authorities stepped into the situation. Then the Chief Justice or Justice Anand, and was able to issue directions and provide necessary support to the children who lost their parents. And this kind of a support is necessary in this situation also. Even a minimum support of legal advice is necessary. No doubt, if the parents die, the property gets vested in the state during their minority, all that happens. But still, that is not sufficient. It is necessary for the state to protect the children, to protect the family, and protect their expectations, and see that they are emotionally protected. This is how the Human Rights Commission can play some role without disturbing the role which the Disaster Management Committee has been playing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving your remarks. And in fact, I have one more observation with regard to Professor Prasad's presentation. As he has rightly stated that the law students can play a very important role to disseminate information and all these things to the general public. So in fact, we effectively implemented this when I was in RDP, Rural Development University. We have a public health department there, and the students and faculty members of the public health departments were actively involved in testing the migrant workers who have returned back from Pune and Goa and other places, Bangalore, and they also helped them to reach their villages safely, and they advise them about the safety measures and all those things. But as far as law students is concerned, but no such efforts, it seems, have been done in Karnataka. Have you actually made any efforts in Goa, and what is the extent of your success in Goa? Of course, you have already stated that the government has not given you the permission to do much in this connection. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sureshji. I think there are some of the law schools have even supported the migrants, and some of them raised the funds. If I'm not mistaken, the National Law School has paid certain migrants to reach to their home and all. But apart from that, there is no much concrete work was done by, at least I didn't come across. And as far as Goa is concerned, as I told you, it's very unfortunate that we could not do anything. Nothing we could do, except some of the students on their own voluntarily providing food. And I think I received one question from Miss Radhika, asking the question as how the illiterate migrant workers will get knowledge and precautions during the pandemic. Yeah, that's the challenge. Usually what illiterates, if you want to teach, we do through skits and street plays, etc. But now with the social distancing and we cannot gather the people, that becomes a challenge. That is why one of my observation is that we should provide SOPs in the department. For example, if the workers are working in a construction industry, SOPs in the construction industries must be prepared by the law students, could be prepared by the law students and impress upon the government, ask the government to supply this to that industry. Maybe law students could go and verify whether they are actually implemented or not.
Thank you, sir. So you can take up any other questions.
Yes, sir. We have a question from our own Professor Dr. N. Dashrath, sir, who is the Chairman and Dean Faculty of Law, Department of Studies in Law. Dashrath, sir.
Yeah, the question is there in the chat box. May I again ask you orally?
Siri, please read out the questions.
Yes, sir. 1 second.
Sir, I'll ask orally with your permission.
Sir Kelly, please ask.
Yeah, you can ask directly.
Yeah, thank you. Professor, most respected Professor Mansingh, sir, are you in favor of the amendments recently introduced by the Parliament with respect to the legislation that is exemption from application of labor laws, in bracket maintenance of registers and records, Act 2016? You did not focus on that issue. It's very important, I feel, sir.
Professor Judicial.
Right. I'm audible. See, I was expected to discuss rights of workers, and I confined to that parameter only.
Sorry,
I agree with you. Certain changes have been introduced by the government, and the changes are not in the favor of workers, where they have exempted the application of labor laws to some specific industrial establishments. They have also exempted inspections. They also exempted other enforcement parameters. I agree with you. These amendments are not in favor of workers, and these amendments do not provide any kind of protection to workers. And basic objective of these amendments is to facilitate trade and business. Now, you know that how online inspection is done, online returns are submitted, and that inspecting agencies are not so serious about inspecting industrial establishments. And because of that, certainly workers' rights are being compromised. Thank you.
Sir, one more, please, one small question, sir. So, in our country, which you have all highlighted about the labor laws, most of the labor laws which I feel are depending upon the numerology and numerology of workers and other factors. Okay, sir. And there is no proper bifurcation of the application of labor laws into organized and unorganized workers, sir. That is the reason why these unorganized workers are not at all properly taken care of in the application of labor laws, sir. What is your apprehension, sir?
India has not followed the model of universalization of labor laws because of various regions, and funding is one of the regions. And you see, most of the labor laws are applicable to certain class of workers according to salary limit, according to number of workers, the requirements. And when it comes to the real classification of workers, or maybe the sectors into two broad categories, unorganized sector and organized sector. In case of unorganized sector, there are some specific labor laws which have been extended, and the minimum wages is one of those laws. And similar employees compensation. We have specific labor laws which are applicable to unorganized sector. It all depends upon terms and conditions of employment, how far that work is regulated, work is organized, and how the terms and conditions of employment are really suitable to workers. I agree with you. There is a confusion between organized and unorganized sector. But when it comes to the terms and conditions of employment, these are well defined in case of organized sector, where everything is organized.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I right if I say that, see, in our country, the government at the state level and at the central level have been lacking in constituting some welfare boards, just like in the model of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Tamil Nadu, there are around 47 welfare boards for workers, whereas in Kerala, there are around 36 welfare boards. See, that type of situation is not there in all the states. That it would have been there during the time of pandemic, it would have been helpful so much. Is my apprehension, sir. Will you please focus on this?
See, I agree with you. There are so many welfare boards have been constituted, funds have been constituted for migrant worker, for construction workers, And see, the only thing is we should do some research and find out how far the state governments are really in a position to utilize these funds for the protection of workers' interest. In case of Karnataka, yeah, it is wonderful. But what about other states, state of Bihar, state of UP, and there are so many states where you have some specific funds, but funds are hardly utilized for the protection of workers, migrant workers, and funds are being diverted for other causes of workers. This is a great challenge, and as a researcher, I think we should do some quality research and really expose all these limitations and pitfalls of the existing scheme.
Thank you, Professor, so much for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for raising all these pertinent issues.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, okay.
I proceed. We have a question from one of our participants.
Yeah, proceed.
This question is to Dr. M.R.K. Prasad, sir. Can the concept of reflexivity be applied to migration at large rather than limiting its application to the lifestyle migration? Prasad, sir?
Prasad, sir.
He has left the meeting because he had to join some other webinar, probably.
Yeah. If any questions to...
Hello, okay.
Sir, we have one more question to Jeet Singh Man, sir.
Probably last question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have some commitment.
Can I ask, sir?
Yeah, please.
Can the NHRC play a significant role in the future course of time with regard to the human rights violation during emergency situation? Does it need an overhaul in its functioning?
Yeah, of course. That NHRC can play a wonderful role in protecting workers' interests. After all, it all depends upon human rights, whether that rights are confined to workers or non-workers. Of course, it can play a wonderful role. But it has failed. It has not taken cognizance of migrant workers during COVID-19. It has not facilitated and promoted the workers' rights when it comes to transportation, when it comes to unemployment allowances or some kind of sustenance allowances for workers during COVID-19. I think that's it. Thank you.
Siri, if I may add on, so there is someone who has personally reached out because they're facing a technical issue, and it's from a person by name Priyanka, and and that person happens to be from Northeast. So they have personally mailed the question to us. So if I may present it to the panelists, can anyone pick it up and answer if that's okay with you, dignitaries?
Proceed.
Thank you.
Okay.
During this pandemic, there has been a violation of freedom from discrimination of fellow citizens from northeastern India. How can law schools address this issue? It is from one of the victims, as what they claim from northeast, sir.
Discrimination.
Yeah, but I think it's a right issue raised by the student there. We found this discrimination in the initial period of lockdown in Mysore and other places also. It should be condemned outrightly. Now the question is, how do we answer this issue in law schools through the law schools? Yes, law schools, law colleges, or any, for that matter, any institution, education institution. Now we'll have to start a standardized program on sensitizing other fellow students on the issues faced by certain segments of our population, be it Northeast or otherwise. Like we have now programs for the, for example, anti-ragging policies set by the UGC and the child rights program. Similarly, we need to have programs, policies, and enrollment guarantees for students who join law, any college for the matter, an enrollment and undertaking like your anti-ragging undertaking, similar undertaking that they will not in any sort of discrimination against this particular section of the population of India. That could go a long way to protect their rights. Further up, these acts should be criminalized in course of time, and then maybe probably we can, to some extent, we can prevent. Education is the only way through which we can highlight these. Thank you. I don't know I was satisfying or not, but this is what I can say at the moment. Puneet, maybe answering for this. Dr. Puneet, if you can answer this problems of the Northeast students population generally.
Hi, Puneet sir. Puneet sir, you muted yourself. Yes, sir.
Unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Unmute, yeah.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, Puneet.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for asking me to intervene. This is in fact one of the troubling issues. So unfortunately, somehow people have this misconception that people coming from Northeast are the carriers of the virus, just because the virus happened to come from the China. And there have been a lot of discriminations that are done against the people from Northeast, as Suresh sir rightly pointed out, even in Mysore. And in Delhi also, there have been so many instances. A lot of people have also been writing about it, and even the Home Ministry has specifically issued a direction to protect the Northeast to each and every state. Number two, that if you look at the Disaster Management Act, there is a specific provision in that in whatever measures that are taken for combating the disasters of this kind, that there shall be no discrimination made between persons belonging to different groups or different sections of the society. So it is something that needs to be rightly condemned. But as regards what the law schools can do is perhaps to reach out to the people who are discriminated against like this in this manner, and to ensure that they receive proper protection and support from the state, particularly people from Northeast living in different parts of the country. They may not have an adequate state support, and the intervention by the law schools and legal aid clinics in the law schools would, in my opinion, ensure that they get the proper support. And the law schools should also work towards creating awareness in the society as to why there shall not be no
And we are facing some network problems.
Siri
may intervene, please. We are in network issues.
Yeah.
Thank you, Puneet. We have a lot of questions will be reserved for tomorrow in your session.
Fine.
Thank you. Thanks for being present in this session also, Puneet.
Sir, I have a question to Mohan Kataki, sir.
I think he has taken a break.
But either
as he left.
Mohan Katarki, sir, idira?
Sir has left, sir.
He has left, it seems. It's okay. We can we conclude?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Are there any more questions? Naman?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, then if it is not there, then we can go for vote of thanks.
And please,
what today, sir?
Yes, sir. We have been sitting a long day, so I think
so
it is better
is
that
tired.
Yeah, we move our limbs also, certain hands and legs.
Naman,
sir,
please inform to the participants about tomorrow's program in brief. Because tomorrow there is a slight changes in timings and all. Afternoon it starts from 4 to 5:30, the fourth session, and 5:30 onwards we have a valedictory session.
You make an announcement to all.
Sure, sir. Can I just reserve that after vote of thanks, sir?
Yeah.
You do it now only. Some people may leave.
Sure, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the vote of thanks, so I just want to bring to your notice that tomorrow we have schedule 3 and schedule session 4 and session 3 in the reverse order, where we have Professor T.R. Subramanya, Professor G.B. Reddy, Dr. P. Puneet, Dr. Anishvi Pillai, David Ambrose, Professor Dr. David Ambrose, sir, Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, Professor Dr. Bismi Gopalakrishnan, Professor Dr. M. Vishwanath, and then followed by the valedictory ceremony, where we'll have Tanixia Kuas, Professor Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, sir, Shri A.S. Ponana, Shri Gautam Chand, along with various other dignitaries who will be gracing the event tomorrow. Yes, sir.
Please inform them the timings and
okay.
Same Zoom ID shall be used even for tomorrow's program. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So tomorrow's session will be starting at 10 a.m. sharp. So kindly start logging in by 9:45 a.m.
Yes.
Preferably 9:30. So with that, I shall hand over the floor to the person rendering the vote of thanks. Thank you very
No,
much.
you have not made it very clear. The first session will be between 10 to 12 o'clock.
Yes, sir, I will
yeah.
inform. So tomorrow we have a third session between 10 to 12. And again, there will be gap between 12 to 4. We don't have any program between 12 to 4 o'clock. Okay. So we start fourth session at 4 o'clock exactly. 4 to 5:30 we have a fourth session, and we start a valedictory session from 5:30 to 7. So it will continue from 4 to 7.
Okay.
Tomorrow. And please use same Zoom ID for tomorrow's sessions also. Okay. Not only session, even for valedictory session. Thank you.
And even attending of all tomorrow sessions and valedictory is compulsory for issue of certificates.
We will be sharing the Google Sheet even after completion of the each session. Please fill it and send it to us. Then the very next day we are going to issue certificate to all. Thank you.
Okay then.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Vinay, a student of University Law College, to render the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Siri. Good afternoon to everyone present. Once a great man whispered, feeling thankfulness and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Today, I, Vinay, a student of University Law College, Bangalore, feel privileged and honored to bid the vote of thanks for this technical session too. Firstly, I thank Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha sir, Director, Indian Law Institute, New Delhi, for spending his valuable time with us and providing immense knowledge about human rights and how right to health is linked to right to life. Sir stressed on the judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court. Thank you, sir. Now I thank Professor Dr. M.R.K. Prasad sir, Principal B.M. Salgaonkar College of Law, Goa, for speaking extensively on the topic role of law, school and its clinics during COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, sir. I would like to now thank Professor Dr. Jeet Singh Man sir, Professor of Law, National Law University, New Delhi, for enlightening us on the issue of human rights of labor during pandemic. Thank you, sir. Now, I thank Sri Mohan Karki sir, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of New Delhi, for chairing the session and giving us valuable information regarding human rights to water during pandemic. Thank you, sir. We have been fortunate to be assisted by our honorable Honorable Principal, Professor Dr. Suresh V. Nadagaudar, sir, University Law College, Bangalore University, and Director of this esteemed international workshop. You have been a constant support for us, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Dr. N. Dashrath, Honorable Chairman, Department of Studies in Law and Dean Faculty of Law, Bangalore University, Bangalore, and co-director for the workshop. Thank you, sir, for blessing this occasion.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, sir.
Now I bid word of thanks to Professor Dr. V. Sudesh, former Principal, University Law College, Bangalore University, and co-director for the workshop. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
And the coordinator for today's event, Dr. Satish Gowda N. Sir, Assistant Professor, University Law College, Bangalore University. Sir has been guiding support for all members of organizing committee. Thank you, sir, for gracing this session. Last but not the least, I express my gratitude to all the attendees for making this event a successful one. I hope all the attendees have found the session informative. Please tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. for session 3 and session 4. Have a good day. Thank you.
So on behalf of, thank you.
Okay.
So on behalf of all the organizers, I thank all our colleagues as well as participants and all our student organizing team for sparing their valuable time and gracing the occasion. Thank you. So we'll meet tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll leave the meeting.
Sure, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Puneet. We'll see you tomorrow.
Organizers, can you please meet in the lounge?
Naman.
So,
Sir?
Naman, you want me and Sudesh sir and all to meet?
No,
Yeah, yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Sir, technically I thought we were as organizers will have a meeting.
Okay,
Sir,
okay.
if you want to have an interaction with
No.
anybody, feel free to use that, sir.
So you interact with Satish Gowda, I will take a break, then I will join if necessary.
No. Sir. Just wait for 5 minutes. We can have a small discussion and we can leave. Please bring us in the.
No, not here. Go to visitors lounge.
Yeah.